Warning, this video is over 4 hours long. It is very technical. If you want seeds, see my channel page. To be absolutely clear, this is not a seed video. So the vote came back, and for the 500 subscriber video, you guys wanted to see what sort of goes into finding a seed, which surprised me a little, but that's fine. It's highly technical, but yeah, well. So I figured the best way to do this would just be to roll through actually finding a seed. I mean, I did a whole pile of diagrams and things, thinking that maybe I could explain it through in terms of, world generation, seed to world generation, and then break that down a bit, and then break it down some more, and yeah, it just didn't really work very well. So I figured no one would want to see this stuff. At this point, you're better off just looking at the code. You really are. I mean, this makes less sense than the code does. So I figured that's exactly what I'd do. So the plan is that we're going to find a seed, and you're going to see the entire process. I'll probably trim down some bits, and we'll see how we go. This video is going to be a bit rambly, because I've got to talk through the thinking process, and my thinking process is not... I would say it's probably not neurotypical. So, yeah, hang in there if you want. Skip the video probably is the best option, but hey, if you want to see what goes into finding a seed, here's your opportunity. Alright, so the seed I have in mind that we'll find is something a little ridiculous. So the general idea is we're going to try find as many structures as we can within 500 blocks plus and minus X and Z of the origin. So that's actually a bit of an ask for reasons I'll go through in a bit. But generally speaking, finding a seed, I will start with an initial filter. So usually I'll just create one new unless I've already got a preset list that I'm working from. So I'm just going to do what I normally do. So this is the, I would say 500, but you can't start a class name with a number. Subscriber special or something. I'll probably accelerate some of the bits where I'm just typing and not talking. Right. So what I do is I have a sort of a, it's not really a framework, it's kind of just a bodged together thing to sort of help organize things slightly. They're very disorganized. So effectively, I just have this thing that I extend that effectively has to implement. So if you're not familiar with Java, this won't make any sense, which is fine because I'll have to put an intro before this, but we'll see how we go. Right, so effectively this function, all it has to do is it takes a seed number, and you'll notice that's an integer, which is a 32-bit number, and there's reasons for that. And it's got something it can write to, and it's got an object which does certain things, and I don't know why I'm passing that in, because I could have just created it and put it in the domain class, but yeah, that's fine. It's historical. So yeah, this function's job, all it is pretty much just, this is where the seed finding happens. There's an external thing that feeds it a seed at a time, and its job is to evaluate it, output whatever you want to know from the seed, whatever you've calculated, and just return whether or not you found anything in that seed, whether or not that was a match. And that the only reason to return the match is basically so that you get some sort of statistics going. Are we finding anything? Or are we finding nothing? Because if you're finding nothing, depending on the search, you go, well, wait on. We should be getting more results than that. So it suggests that something's wrong. Right, so let's have a look. So as many structures as we can. So let's have a little think about the structures that we are looking at. So options are, let's see, I mean, obviously you've got the mansion. You've got, actually that's going to tab out all the time. You've got the mansion. You've got the temples. Now that's going to be a really interesting one. The main reason for that is because the temples in Bedrock are dealt with in a completely different way than they are in Java. Basically, you get one shot per quadrant to get a temple, and I'll go through some of that stuff later. So the jungle temple, obviously. Witch hut. Now the witch hut could be a little interesting, but it shouldn't be an issue, but because we're going to have to do this on 1.19, there's a few biome issues at the moment, so we'll see how that goes. I might end up having to downgrade in iOS test flight in order to look at these at on 1.18.30, because the swamp changes have resulted in a few weird biome anomalies that are might make the witch hut a little bit harder. Should still be doable, but we'll see. So let's see. That's the temples. We'll group those. Ocean monument. Outpost. Now, stronghold's an interesting one. We're going to target that. I sort of have a plan. It's a tricky one because that's really on the edge of where they can spawn. So we'll see how we go. We might have to drop that if things get bad. So then there's some others which I'm going to chuck under a nice to have. So we've got like the ruin portal. That's just a given. Those things don't have biome checks really. I mean, they vary a little bit by biome, but that's going to happen. That's not going to be an issue. Shipwreck, if we get the coastline, is fine. Ideally beached, but that might be asking too much. We'll see how we go. Geo would be nice, but that's just going to happen or not happen. I'm not going to specifically look for that. Mega Ravine, same sort of deal. I mean, unless we... I'll get to this later, but there's the... Once you hit the 64-bit seeds, there's the 32-bit side of things, and then there's the finding the biomes to make the structures generate side. So if we end up with enough... So the 32-bit sides I tend to call base seeds, because basically, effectively, we just keep those 32 bits, and then we've got the other 32 bits to try and make them work. So effectively, it's like 4.2 billion opportunities to get the right biomes, to get the structures to generate where we want. So if we get enough base seeds, we can probably look at various things like, buried treasure or mega ravines or something to go, well, which one are we going to pick? We may end up having to do more than one, but maybe. We'll see how we go. Mineshaft. That could be interesting because that's a per chunk one. That does not choose to generate by the same rules as a lot of the other structures. Actually, geode's per chunk as well. Buried treasure. This is an odd one because on Java it's per chunk, but it's actually a grid on Bedrock, which is kind of strange, but that's alright. I suspect we'll end up with one anyway. So I'm not going to specifically look for that. And then there's going to be the wild card. And this one's actually going to drive quite a few of the decisions because of the way the biomes work. And it's the ancient city. So I don't know if we'll get it. It could be asking too much. So trying to get all these things into a sort of a 500 by 500 area. Well, sort of not 500, 1,000 by 1,000. So plus and minus 500. The first thing you've sort of got to look at is, well, the first thing I generally look at is, well, okay, well, what are the grids? So as a general overview, I really need a diagram for this. Do I have a diagram? I don't have a diagram. Okay, so insert diagram here, future me. And you see these, basically the way it just chooses, there's a grid and there's a sort of an area it can choose, and there's a sort of a buffer spacing area which I assume is to stop the structures from colliding with each other, but we do abuse that quite a bit, especially when it's less than the size that the structures can actually generate. That's how bastions actually exist. They sort of generate over their sort of buffer area into the bastion. Anyway, so one of the things to be aware of is these grids and what these sizes are. So the ones of particular interest for us are, of course, the village, because we're going to need that. Actually, I didn't even put that on the list, did I? Let's just say village stronghold, because there's no way you're going to get a non-village stronghold within that area. It's just not going to happen. Right, so 34 chunks. So think of a 34 chunk. In fact, we'll make a diagram and show it and put it on post, if I remember. So you've got 34 chunks by 34 chunks, and if you're talking in a plus, the last 8 chunks of X, so from what chunk plus, what would that be? 26 to 34, well, 33, because it starts from 0. So nothing can generate in there, and the same with the Z. So you end up with this interesting sort of pattern, and I do have a diagram later, but it doesn't describe this particularly well. So you've got those. So most of these, so if we're talking about 500 chunks is what, 31.25? Sorry, 500 blocks is 31.25 chunks. So I think we'll probably end up with 32 chunks. And yes, that's more than 500. How can we justify that? Yeah, no, that'll do. Yeah, we've got more than 512 subscribers, so yeah, that's fine. We'll go with 32 chunks. Yes, cut out silence. Recalibrate brain. What am I doing? Chunks. Why were we showing them this? Right. So if we take 32 chunks, most of the structure's grids sort of actually, I mean, there's the shipwrecks there, but they actually sort of fall fairly close to that anyway. I'm not going to worry about ocean ruins. They happen or they don't. No one really cares about them. So yeah, ocean monument 25. So this is the the width of the grid, and that's the sort of the buffer area that appears at the end, the positive end of that grid. So effectively, you can take 5 from 32 and end up with 27. And so the actual area that an ocean monument can go into is at 27 by 27 per grid. So that's how those sorts of things work. So in general, that's actually not too bad. Now, the interesting thing is, when you take the temples, you'll notice how, I mean, I do have a witch hut there. I don't know why I have that listed. If you take the temples, like the desert temple, the igloo, the jungle temple, and the witch hut, on bedrock, they are all one structure. So they're kind of like a village where it chooses where to put it. And depending on the biomes, it will either not generate at all, or it will generate a desert temple, or it will generate a jungle temple, or an igloo, or a witch hut. So that's why things get a bit interesting with this one, because it means we can't have more than one of those in a grid. And given that 32 chunks is 512, and we've got plus and minus, if we want all of them, we have to nail every single grid. That is not going to be easy. Not impossible, especially with the 64-bit seeds, but on top of all of the other stuff that we're going to look at doing. So because of that, I've had to do a bit of pre-planning just to see if this was even viable. And so I have a crappy diagram. I made a plan. It looks like it's drawn by a kindergarten kid. So, and walking you through this plan is going to be a little interesting, but I'll do the best I can. So what I've done is taken the ancient city dots, the ancient cities, and put sort of purple dots where the furthest they can be away from origin is. And I now just realized that I didn't explain why that was important. Right, so back to these. So we've got our ancient city. Now, a lot of these have biome checks. And the reason that's important is that the way biomes work in 1.18 and presumably 1.19 is they work off these parameters, and some of those parameters are not really that compatible. So they need, in order to increase the likelihood that we'll actually get the biomes where we want them, you sort of need space. So to give an example, you've got an ancient city, which requires a deep dark biome. Now, if I jump into the biome parameters, where have I got those? There we go. So this is just from Java. So if we have a look at the deep dark, yeah. So you'll just have to trust me on what these parameters actually are. No, that's ocean. Wait on. That one. Yeah, so the deep dark continentalness, and I'll get to these parameters in a sec, goes from 0.825 to 1.5. And actually, that's all we need to know. Whereas an ocean monument, so ancient city needs deep dark, so it needs continentalness in this sort of range. An ocean monument needs deep ocean, which needs continentalness in this sort of range. So you've got a gap of minus 0.455 to 0.825 to cover. Now, continentalness is fairly low frequency sort of a noise source. So I think its cycle is its lowest frequency, its lowest octave is about, I think it's 2048 blocks. And we're talking a sort of a, I mean, what's our plan here? Our total width is, 1,024. It's like, you're pushing it. You're really pushing it. Well, we'll find out how much we're pushing it. And this is one of the reasons I put a question mark in this. I'm not sure we might hit that. Actually, the other one that's going to be a problem is the igloo and the desert temple. And so, so one of the things I'll do generally is have a look at here, and especially when you're trying to collide structures, you do the whole, didn't I have a screenshot somewhere? Yeah, you do this whole, sure, shipwreck, woodland mansion, how are you going to collide those? Yeah, so you've got to make sure that you can get those biomes close enough together, because otherwise it's just never going to happen. Right, so rambling now. Right, so bring back the plan. The plan is helpful. Right, desert temple, igloo. So the issue with the desert temple and the igloo is, of course, and I am glazing over this because getting into the detail is just going to derail everything. Effectively, think of these as sort of arrays of temperature versus humidity. And so as we go to the right, humidity goes up. As we go down, temperature goes up. And so if we want desert, well, that's not a problem. Temperature's got to be through the roof. And these correlate to these ranges at the top here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows in that array, and there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ranges, and they back onto each other. 0.2 to 0.55, 0.55 to 1. The noise generators can go above 1. They can go well above 1 if you really push them. I've got on a 1.8 before. Anyway, so we've got to go from 0.55 for the desert temple, and the igloo will spawn in snowy plains, which is in the frozen range, which is the complete opposite. And so it's got to be less than negative 0.5. Now, this is worse than the continentalness problem. And the reason for that is that the lowest octave on temperature, I'm pretty sure it's 4,096 blocks in terms of frequency. So, and I think it's only got 2 octaves. So getting a local minima or something in there just to squeak something through is just, yeah. So, long story short, because of the octaves of the noise generators and the differences between some of the things we're trying to find in terms of particularly the temperature parameter and the continentalness parameter, we basically need to choose structures placements that are as far apart as possible when they're sort of on opposite ends of that spectrum. And this is where the plan kicks in. Right. So the purple dots are sort of the furthest points from origin that the ancient cities can spawn in that grid, and within our space, within our limit. These other little dots, these little green ones here, they're the furthest, and for this one, obviously, they're on the same place. So, they're the furthest for the ocean monuments. So, the furthest we can get these things apart is either an ancient city here and an ocean monument there, or an ancient city here and an ocean monument there. Now, technically speaking, these ones are actually slightly further apart. So you could have your ancient city or ocean monument there, and then technically, yeah, actually, your ancient city would have to go there, and your ocean monument would have to go there, and it's due to the grids that that's the case. However, there's these little green areas, and I raise those because we've also got a stronghold in the list. And to give you an idea of how much we're pushing the limits on this, these are the only chunks within our range that we could possibly generate a stronghold. It's pushing it. It's pushing it quite a bit. So, given that this is the largest bit, and that villages have a center bias, so they sort of want to gravitate towards the center of the grid. It's for the most options, we're probably looking for one in this space, a village in this space that has that will be selected as a stronghold. So that's kind of the plan. So, okay, so we've got ocean monument here, so that's going to be deep ocean, some sort of a coastline. We need to keep the desert temple and the igloo as far apart as possible, the ancient city and the ocean monument as far apart as possible. So we're sort of aiming for as close to these sort of locations as we can get. And then we've got the jungle and temple and the witch hut. Those are probably less sensitive because they sort of, if we have a look at jungle, jungle's, it's sitting there at, what's that temperature 3, and it's got a decent humidity band. It's not going to be that hard to hit. And you've even got a plateau variant. But the swamps are going to be interesting because, well, they've changed. Basically, is what boils down because of the mangroves. But that's cool. So, yeah, the witch hut could be hit or miss. We'll see how we go. So yeah, basically that is more or less the plan. So, how am I going to go about this? Well, first of all, I'm going to start with a stronghold, and there's a couple of reasons for that. If we have a look at how the stronghold is selected, where is it? I think I have it under that class. I should know this, I use this all the time. Not sure what the different variations are for. Oh, right. Right, if I wanted to, okay, limit it. That's cool. Why I copy-pasted that, I have no idea. That's fine. Right. So basically, the way that this works is, so the stronghold village, oh shit, that's the wrong function. No, right, this one. Right. So the stronghold village placement. So basically what it does is it takes the world seed, from that initializes the RNG generator, takes a floating point number, so a number between 0 and 1. And it's sort of effectively it's a percentage of how far around the circle you want to go. And then it works out a radius. So in order for our search to actually work, this radius is going to have to be really small. In fact, it has to be very, very close to the minimum, if not the minimum itself. You might get away with a chunk or two. So that's taking those two, so initializing that noise generator and then working out those two numbers is going to reject a massive crap ton of seeds. Because if we take a little diagram, so let's say it decides to go this direction. It's like, well, we're not anywhere close to that. Turf it. I mean, you to be perfectly honest, you could probably turf it off of I probably, on a side note, I probably won't specifically look for this one, but what I will be looking for is within this entire grid. So we will probably get some that are outside because, weird edge cases. I'm just sort of pointing out this is the most likely scenario. So we're not eliminating the others. Right, so I'll start with that. Because effectively from these two numbers, it's just a sine, cos, radius, multiplication. You've got the center of the area it's trying to search. And then so all we have to do is take 8 out of that. Effectively, all we have to do is check whether or not it is in, whether this sort of box that it's searching overlaps the area that we need it to. And that shouldn't be too hard at all. And that computationally, that's going to be, initializing these bedrock randoms is ridiculously expensive for what they do. But that's fine. Actually, having said that, that's probably nothing compared to the Biome noise generators. Yeah, if you want to do that fast, you need to offload those to GPUs. Okay, off topic. What am I doing? Village Stronghold. Right, okay. So, what I'm going to do is some bad programming practice, and I'm just going to copy and paste a whole chunk of this stuff. So we know we know it's plus minus 8. Now we're only going to worry about the first attempt. So if it doesn't hit it first time, because after that, if it doesn't find a stronghold, it's going to add 4 chunks to the radius, which, looking at this, yeah, maybe if it initially, no, I don't think it can. No, because it's 40 chunks. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, see, that's the other problem. 40 chunks, assuming this is 0, which is the lowest it can be. U minus 8, and it's still 32 chunks. Yeah. Yes, yeah. It's still 32 chunks. But on a diagonal, 32 chunks means that's the overlap. So, yeah, you might get away with a chunk extra, but you're not going to get away with 4 or 5 chunks extra. It's, yeah. Maybe that one. I'm not sure. It's not worth calculating. So, yeah. Actually, I suppose out of general interest, let me just do a quick run through of this. So basically, the way that the village selection for strongholds work is it selects an angle, selects a distance, takes a plus or minus 8 chunks, looks for a village, and if it finds one, it adds, what's it going to be, 0.3 of a circle, so what, 30% of a circle, and 8 chunks. And if it doesn't find one, it's a smaller angle and a smaller distance. We can't even deal with that being added on where we're that close to the line on this one. So that's the reason for these green areas. And I explained that really badly, but this is all off the cuff, so yeah. Rewind if you need to. Right, so that's right. What was I going to do? I was going to do some really bad programming practice and just copy and paste some stuff. Yeah, I won't use that random. I will. Yeah, because that'll get me to the center. That's all I need. So, copy and paste some stuff. Just import whatever, because, bad coding. Yeah, so here's just a random. It's just so I don't initialize a new object every time that I call, because of course this is going to be our main limiting filter. So it's going to be the difference between searching seeds at 6,000 a second to searching seeds at, I suspect this one will probably be around the sort of 500,000 to a million mark. This should be pretty quick in theory. We'll see how right I am. Right, so bedrock random, actually just assign it to a variable. No, you're not going to, oh. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, right, so if we call it rand, then everything else just falls into place. Cool. Sorted, don't need that, don't need you, don't need that condition. Right. So the CX and CZ are the center of the, effectively it's the chunk that it's chosen to do the plus and minus X from. So I guess we need to find the minimums and maximums. So let's make a bounding box, I guess. Borrow a class from Mojang. Yeah. Because this is going to get complicated, normally I wouldn't probably quite as descriptive terms here, but just to make it a little bit clearer, I may as well. Cool. Let's just make a new bounding box, and we're just going to... Sure, why not? We'll do it manually. Set the Y's. Do I really care? I've been tripped up before by it. It was a funny one. Actually, here's a little anecdote. Yeah, I had a whole pile of portal rooms that were not appearing in my searches after 1.18, and it's because they had negative Y coordinates, and the default bounding box went from Y0 to Y256 or 128 or whatever the world cap was, and of course they don't overlap, so it didn't work, and it took me a little bit to discover, wait on, why don't we have any negative ones? Go, oh, right. Okay, so center minus, so this is just the minimum X, the minimum Z, and I will double check that actually because I have been confused about this before. Yeah, so the center X minus 8, technically that's actually plus 7. Because the thing is 0 based. Right. Nope, that's fine. And I will just double check that that is actually what these things get assigned to. Minimum X, minimum Y. Yeah, so all the minimums and then all the maximums. Yep, that's what I thought it was. Right. That all looks good. Cool. So we've got our search area. So the other thing we can do, and I'll probably shove this up as static, we actually want a bounding box for our search area because the bounding box has a nice little handy function which basically says, do you overlap? Yes, there's an intersect. Yeah. So yeah, we'll just call it a search area. Yeah, new bounding box. Boom. And so obviously we're going, what, negative 512. Yeah, that's inclusive. Well, once again, we'll do this just to ensure that they actually do overlap, because that was my problem the other time. Z negative 512. 511. Now that's because it's 0 based. And the bounding boxes are inclusive. Yep, cool. So, here's our first filter. if the stronghold surface area intersects search area, except for it's fine if it does intersect. If it doesn't intersect, sorry, not our seed. Now that is going to be interesting. So what I'll do is just set this up just to see how fast it's going to reject seeds, because that is kind of gives us a baseline for how efficient things need to be further on. Because if it churns through 1 million a second, we don't care about how inefficient the ones that actually do get through are, because it's not going to really put a dent in it. Right, so yes, and don't mind all of this. This is all of these previous searches that I just comment out, and yeah, my brain's a mess. Welcome to my brain. Right, so I'm just going to run that. What was for the sugars? Oh yeah, that's right. And what did I call that thing again? It'd be the one with the spanner on it. Where is it? Alright, subscriber. Misspell that. Pass. Okay. Boom. And so all this does basically is just run this, because sometimes I chain things from files and go, instead of feeding it just the next seed, the next seed, the next seed, I'll feed it a list of seeds. In fact, I may even end up doing that. Like if we start getting by the time we put all the filters in, if we're still getting too many results, I may just feed it the list of bastions and go, well, we may as well have those too. But I don't think we're going to be in that situation. But hey, I've been surprised before. All right, well, let's see what happens. Okay, so I'm just going to drag this up so you can see it. Oh, that's not good. Inverted bounds. Oh, right. Really? So these are the sorts of weird things that come across every now and again. Well, the max x is less than the min x, so I've messed up somewhere. That's fine, we'll just have a quick look at it and find out what the story is. Minus, plus, there you go. That'll do it. Minus, plus, right. Let's try that again. Here we go. What are we clocking in at? Woo! 6 million a second. That'll do. So basically sorry, that's not this per second, that's the gen count. Yeah, 1.3 million a second. I figured it would be pretty high, because there is just not a lot of compute required. What also is important here is how many are passing. So something's wrong here, because they're all passing. Oh, of course they're all passing. No, wait on, they shouldn't be. And see, welcome to seed finding. This is the doing it live, working out what's going on, why they were passing. If these things intersect, then it should. If they don't intersect, it should fail. Those bounding boxes are pretty clear. Alright. Yeah, because every single one of them is passing. So, breakpoint it here. And so we can see what the search area box ended up computing to. So minus. It's a different minus, right? So does that overlap our search area? Oh, right, I messed up. Actually, isn't it here? Because the bounding boxes are traditionally used at a block level, which is why I got confused. Yeah, I'm mixing chunks and blocks. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to do this. So I'm just going to pull them up to... Actually, this one's interesting. No, let's just do it at chunk level. I mean, these are only wide, so you can ensure that they actually overlap. So I'm just going to... We're not actually worried about Y at all. I'm just stealing their functions, basically. So we'll just go minus 32. Minus 32. There's probably a much better way to do this, but yeah, while I'm narrating and recording, I have to think about the story and not just the code, which, yeah, that's fine. Try it again. Oh, without the breakpoint, so we actually get to see how many are passing. Okay, that's not all of them. Good start. More than I expected, though. So what? You're getting... Yeah, okay. So while this filter is fast, because about a third of the results are actually passing, it does mean I'm slightly more concerned about the next filter because we're only cutting out a third. I'm not terribly concerned about it though. But yeah, okay. Alright, that's fine. So we have some idea of what we're doing. Right, well, what else was in the list? Mansion, Desert, Temple. Okay, so back to the plan. So, how do we eliminate more seeds? Because we're currently letting 1/3 of the seeds through. And this is why I call it filtering, by the way. It's very much a case of skipping the ones that you don't want as quickly as you possibly can. Okay, so we've covered this. So any seed that gets through should have a village in one of these spaces. Well, at least it's within the search. Oh, of course. No, I haven't actually checked to see where the village is there. That would be helpful, wouldn't it? That's why 1/3 are getting through. That surprised me. Right. Oops, undo that. Right. Of course. Okay, so next thing. We want to get the position of... Now, there could be multiple chunks, but because the quadrants... Where's my diagram? Diagram, where did you go? Not you. The other one. Yeah, just reopen it. It's fine. Oh, there it is. Cool. Because these are independent, so effectively the quadrants are... I mean, the village ones are 34 chunks, so there are like 2 chunks out over those. So basically all I'm going to do is... We know the chunk of its search area. Ooh, actually, there's a good point. The distance as well. Oh no, we know it overlaps. That's fine. So we've established that whatever the search area overlaps, but will the... Yeah, because we could get into the next grid. We've got to be careful here. So my thinking here is that I was going to just take wherever it centered its search on, but that search could be outside of the actual grid for here, which means that it would try find the village in a different grid, which is not what we want at all. So I guess, well, we only want these 4 grids. Given that we're rejecting 2/3 of the seeds. Yeah, actually, so we just want the right quadrant. So it's a plus minus situation. So okay, this is probably a weird way to do it, but that's fine. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take this CX and CZ. So this is the center chunk, and all I really want is the sign. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide them by the absolute values of themselves. It's a weird way to do it, but yeah, it's the first thing that came to my head. Because that'll help. That'll basically identify which grid we are targeting. Okay, so we'll just call that grid X and grid Z. That's fine. GX, GZ. So C equals CX divided by after absolute value of CX. And GZ, CZ. So this probably needs some explaining, because it's not a logical train of thought. This is very much an NT sort of way to do something. Well, it's a me way to do something, so I assume it's an NT way to do something. So basically what's happening here is, let's take a hypothetical scenario where it did select an area that's outside the grid. So let's what's the grid is 34. So let's say it picked 40. Actually, good point. It has to be at least 40. Yeah. Oh no, it doesn't. Diagonal distance. Anyway, that's just me rambling. Okay. So let's say that let's take something like 50. So let's say it was -50, -50. Let's just say it picked -50, -50 for CX and CZ. Now, interestingly enough, as long as it falls inside the grid, the function to determine the village location doesn't care, because you just feed it a chunk. Well, the function that I use, you just feed it a chunk and it works out which grid it is and then gives you back the position of whatever village would be in that grid. And so what I very commonly do is I feed it -1, 0, 0, -1, do combinations of that to get those 4 grids. It's a very common thing for me to do. And so what I'm doing here is going, well, if you were -50, let's say you're -50, the absolute value of -50 is 50, so -50 divided by 50 is -1, which means you're in this grid, you're in one of these 2 grids. So it just means that I can take that GX and GZ and just pump it straight into the formula to basically, the function to find the village location. Village config. Oh no, that's the config. Get. Always remember the 118, because the grid size changed. So I've caught myself out a number of times messing that one up. Oh, so we need the seed and yeah, GXGZ. Yep, that should be fine. So that's going to return a chunk location. One moment. Yep. So all that's happening here is the historical thing, because I can't really distribute the tools I use because they have so much. Effectively, there's bits of Mojang code in them, and so therefore that's not mine to distribute. So what I did at one point was made a little library and sort of extrapolated it from the Mojang stuff. So I have a chunk location rather than chunk position. and with less features and yada yada yada. But the library I'm using means that I need to convert it to a chunk position to work with the other Mojang things. So that's fine. So right, so this is giving us the village chunk. So effectively what we've done is we've identified which quadrant it's going to actually sort of approximately look for the stronghold, because we've already identified that the area that it is going to look for the village for the first stronghold is going to overlap our search area. We know that, and so that 2/3 of the seeds have just disappeared already. So now what we're doing is, well, that's only one part of the equation. Is it actually going to find a village there? And is it going to find a village also in our search area? So what I'm doing now, so what I need to do now, of course, is, okay, there's a chunk pos. No, it's going to be interesting. Okay, remember before when I was making that decision about whether or not I should have converted these to block locations, to block positions, instead of just fudging them in as chunk locations? Yeah, this is where this is coming back to bite me in the ass. Because now I ideally want to go stronghold. Sorry. So ideally, I'd be able to take that bounding box and I'd be able to go intersects, and this v3i thing is, it's basically a block pos. But I don't actually have a block pos. I have it. So yeah, do I fudge it again? No, I shouldn't. Okay, no, we're gonna fix it. Do it right. Okay, so take the chunk. So we're just multiplying these by 16, that because I want the whole chunk range. Does it really matter? It might. I'll do it anyway. It probably doesn't, but just in case, because the last thing you want is to have a search that's been running overnight and find out you've messed up something like that and have to run it again. Not that I think that this part of the search is going to be an overnight. The biome stuff, yeah, that's going to get tricky. Right. What are we doing? +8. 15. 15. Right. It's 15, not 16. 15. Okay. Check. Cool. Now, I also need to do the same to, well, I need to revert these back to what I had them. Yeah, this is just an example of me being a bit lazy and then going, oh yeah, I'll work it in, and then going, oh yeah, that was a bad idea. That's fine. Okay, now we're good. Hopefully. Actually. Did we still get about the same numbers? Division by 0. What? Hold up. How could that possibly ever be 0? Wait on, is that the bit that it's talking about? Yeah. How could CX... Oh, of course it can. Yes, it can. Sorry, it's a radial search. That's fine. So, we'll just... Yeah, that'll do. Oh, yeah. So if it's 0, we'll just divide it by... Actually, no, let's do it at a much more fundamental level than that. Okay, CX is 0. Then the grid is positive, so yes, 0. What am I doing? That's me not thinking correctly. Yep, that's fine. And so it's 0, and if not, yeah, that's better. So just to explain what I've done here. So basically, because the center of the search area can be 0, division by 0 is a bit frowned upon. So yeah, well, it's technically undefined. So that's fine. So all I'm doing here is going, hey, if it's 0, just let it be 0. And otherwise, do what we were going to do before, which should be fine. Okay, right. Are the numbers good? So we should see about 2/3. Huh. Yeah. Oh, sorry, 1/3. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to comment this out because, strangely enough, it's actually executing it. Mind you, it probably doesn't know what's going on in the background there. Because the numbers will be a bit different. Yeah, that's about what we were getting. Okay, we're good. Well, probably. Right. So, chunk. Cool. So, we want to verify that the chunk position of the village is A, within our search area, and B, within the stronghold search area. Now, the stronghold search area is smaller, so I'm going to search, stronghold search area is smaller, so I'll search that first. So if it's not inside the stronghold search area, return false. Oh, sorry. The chunk pause, so I need to grab the world position. Actually, I'll do that now. Yep. Actually, name that appropriately. Cool. Village chunk. And we're just going to say the chunk dog get world position. Cool. And it's the village block that we want to feed this. Cool. Did that have an is inside for a chunk? No, I didn't think so. Cool. Right. So, what are we up to? So now we're going, if the village is not, actually, where's the diagram? The diagram would be helpful. So, we've established the search area overlaps. So where it's going to look for the first stronghold overlaps our general limitation area. So now what we're checking is, okay, so let's say it's this one, like the search area is in this quadrant. We're going, well, go grab me the village. And when you get the village, is it in this area? And if not, TIFs it. Now, the other thing is the search area is actually bigger than our target, plus minus 512 blocks. So what I'm going to do is then check to make sure that the village is also in our area. Now, the reason I did that other search first, that other check, is because it's the search area is plus it's 16 chunks by 16 chunks, so versus plus and minus 30, so 64 chunks by 64 chunks. So the odds that it's going to reject the seed because it's not in the stronghold search area is higher than that's because, it could be looking over there for a village, and our village, it'll be still be in the same chunk. But anyway, that's fine. We'll work it out. Yep, another bad practice. Copy paste that. what was the area? So it's the search area, right? Cool. And right. So now let's see how many are falling through. Right. So you see how this has dropped a bit. So it was about 1.3 million. And that's just because of this getting the village chunk. It's another initialization. Actually, it might even be two. Oh no, it's only the one. Of the bedrock. It's a MT32 RNG. Anyway, so that's why that's dropped. But what's interesting here is now we're getting what? So we're getting about 29,000 per 4 million. So yeah, 4.3 million seeds in. So 4.3 million in, and 29,000 seeds out. So that's a pretty significant reduction very quickly. And we're still processing these at a rate where, that's going to take a couple of hours to go through the entire 32-bit seed set, 2 or 3 hours, something like that. I could calculate it out. I probably should know it off the top of my head. Mind you, most of mine run at about 200 odd. And it will slow down a little bit more. But once you're down to that sort of level, if you kicked in biomes right now, you'd see a significant drop. But yeah, aside from that, I think that this is a primary filter combination. It's pretty good. Anyway, I've got to leave it for the session because I've got to cook. I didn't realize it would take nearly this long. So this is going to be a long video. All right, so I'll wrap it up there for now and continue tomorrow. Right, so it's the next day, and I had a little look at some of the screen capture overnight, this morning, and noticed I'd messed something up with the ancient cities, but that's okay. It's not a major issue. So one of the other things I sort of just had to do a bit of a sanity check on was how close can we get an igloo and a desert temple? Because temperature is one of those things that doesn't vary quickly. So one of the things I sort of did was went through chunk base a bit, and you can highlight certain biomes. So effectively just went through, hit the random. Here's one where it theoretically would be close enough, because this would be a 512 by 512 plus minus. So it is possible. It's rare though. It's if you click random a few times, you won't find it very often. So what that tells me is we need to get two of the temple locations need to be as far apart as possible. So that's probably what we'll use for the next thing that'll cut the number of seeds down. Because at the moment, we're getting for every 4.3 million seeds in, we're getting about 29,000 out. So it's reducing it by a lot, but that's still only about 1 in about 146 is getting through, which would result in about 29 million seeds if we were to run this through the whole way and output all the ones that are matching the criteria now. So obviously we've got to cut that down more, because these are just base seeds as well. Whatever we pull out of this and we actually want to use, we've got to multiply that by 4.2 billion, and to do biome checks on. And yeah, ideally you only want a couple of the most viable ones. So what I'm going to do here is, now I also realized I was talking about grids a lot and didn't really have any visuals. So just threw something together in a spreadsheet. So here's the grid for temples. And so if I go back to, where is it? The configs. temples. Yeah. So you take the desert temple, all the temples are the same. So that's a 32 spacing with an 8 separation. What I've done here is, so here's your 32. So each grid is 32 by 32. And here's where that 8 separation comes in. So the last 8 chunks of each grid in both the X and the Z cannot be placed. So it actually picks something in this green area here. And why this is important is because when we come to getting our temples, it means that the furthest we can get them apart is like from here to here. So it could be a little bit tricky because, of course, 32 by 32. So if you multiply those numbers together and you need both of them in the corners, it drops the numbers like dramatically. So I don't think we'll quite go for the extreme corners, but I think what we want to do is sort of have it in the last 4. And it doesn't matter which one it is, because we can do it either way. So I'll do that now. So back to our search. Right, so effectively what we want is 2 temples that are a good distance apart. So if we take that 40 by the, so what I described before, with we want it within the last 4 chunk square of the grid corners. So that means that'll be like 48 chunks to the X, and 48 to the Z is the sort of width and height of the triangle that would show the distance between them, or at least the minimum distance between them. So that comes out to 67 chunks on the hypotenuse. Right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to make a list of chunks to put these in. Sorry, mashing keys. So we'll just call these temple chunks. And of course it's not going to do that unless I do an import. Yep. Right, so this is just a thing to hold the chunks. So what I'm going to do is jump through the 4 quadrants and basically just get the temple chunks and chuck them into that list. So from -1 to X is less than 1, so it'll go -1, 0. And the same on the Z. So that'll get us effectively what it'll do is it'll cycle through these 4 little chunk positions in the middle. And of course, because each one of them is in a different grid, you'll get the chunk poles for the temple where it'll attempt to place a temple in that grid. So we take the structure finder. Now, I know it's called Desert Temple, but all the temples are the same, so it doesn't matter. So X and Z, and we'll want that as a chunk pause. Cool. So we'll just get that to a variable and give it a name. That's just chunk pause. This is only temporary, so that's not too much of an issue. And effectively, actually, why even do that? I'll just do this. I'll just add it straight to the list. Like that. Yeah. There we go. So that's just going to add, or should, I've probably got the brackets wrong. Yeah, I have. Yep, one more. So that's going to add each of the temple chunk locations, so where it's going to attempt to place one of the temples. And the biome will, of course, dictate what temple goes, it ends up being, if any, because it might not pass any of the biome checks. So now we've got a list of all the temples. So now what we need is what we're trying to find here is what is the maximum distance between any combination of 2 temples. And so what I'll do here is just set up a variable, and I will put that max distance and initialize it to, well, actually, yeah, 0 is fine. I would normally use negative infinity, but that's fine. And so now what we can do is, now normally you'd loop this through as if, sort of a like this, but what we're doing here is we don't actually necessarily need to compare. We need to compare each item on the list's distance with all the items on the list that follow it, and the reason for that is because otherwise you end up comparing the same things. I mean, it probably doesn't matter. Well, no, it probably doesn't matter, but I'll do it anyway. Sorry. I is less than. So let's just run through some indexes of that. And size -1, because once we hit the last one, we can't compare to anything past that because it's the last one. And that's cool. And so I'll do something similar. So this, we'll just take chunk, we'll just call this chunk 1 or something. And so we're grabbing that index from the list of, so it'll be the index 0 or the index 1, index 2. Well, there'll only be 4, so yeah, index 0, 1, 2. And so for this one, we actually want, and so we'll give it a new variable name. And we do want to include the last one in this, but we want to start at i+1, which is why we don't do the last one, because it would be out of bounds if we did. Right, so now we add, and so there's the second chunk, and we're grabbing the J1. Cool. So now we want to know the distance between those two, and I just have this little utils thing that I just use that has a few formulas in it, so I can just get the distance between these two chunks. Do I not have one for chunks? Really? Huh. Alright, guess we'll be converting them to block positions then. That's fine. I'll just do it here. It's not particularly efficient, but I don't think that's going to matter. So this is the get world position. I'll just get the 0, 0 position of the chunk. So we're only really thinking about it at chunk level, but now we've just got to be mindful that this measurement is actually in blocks, which is fine. So that's 67 chunk minimum. We'll need to multiply that by 16. So, right, so we have a distance. Now the other thing is we want to know what chunks were selected. So I'm going to say temple 1 and temple 2. Yeah. So this is nice and simple. It's just if the distance we've got is greater than the maximum distance we've found so far, well, the new maximum distance is obviously the distance that we've got. And temple 1, so the first temple that was one of the two, is chunk 1, and temple 2 is chunk 2. And so basically every time it finds one that's further, two temples that are further apart, it'll set the temples to variables to that, and also update the furthest distance. So the key thing we want here is, well, okay, so we see what's 67 chunks, so that's what's 67 times 16. In fact, the compiler optimizer will sort this out for me, so I don't actually have to worry about that. Mind you, it's only a single multiplication. You're not going to notice that in terms of speed. Right, what are we doing? Checking the distance. If maxdist, if that maximum distance is less than 67 times 16, so that's converting the chunk distance to a block distance. Then the seed's no good. Right. So now let's see how many we get. So we were getting sort of a 1 in 1 in 146. So let's roll that through and see where we are. Now you see how that's really dropped it back. Yeah, so we're getting about 4.3-ish million in, and 700 and call it 720. So what does that work out to be? I'm pulling out the calculator here. So we got 4.3 million. Divide that by 722. No, other way around. 722 divided by 4.3 million. And 1 over that. Yeah, so now we're at the sort of that came out at 1 in 5,955-ish. So that's reducing things a bit. So now if we take the entire 32-bit seed set, 2 to the 32, divide that by 5955 approximately. Yeah. Okay. So now we're down to 721,000-ish seeds left. So about that is going to pass. So now what I'm curious about is if we were to increase this a bit, how bad would it get? So I mean, if we were to say, let's have a think. What's the extreme scenario? Well, let's see. Yeah, let's see if we can do it in 69 chunks. What does that leave us with? See, that didn't drop it by as much as I thought it would. Mind you, it is a diagonal, so you'd probably have to add 3 to take full chunks off of it. Okay. So what about 72? What is the limit? So this is basically what I'm doing here. I'm going, well, what is the extreme limit? Interesting. So those are still actually quite viable. Now, the other thing that I tend to like to do when I'm getting... This is a little bit more than I expected, so let me just have a look at what the chunks are. So, Temple 1, Temple 2 chunks. So, minus 30, 20... 23 minus 30. Well, let's pull our grid in and see where those actually are. So minus 30, and we'll probably have to zoom that in a bit. Okay, so minus 30, 20 would be over here. Okay, so yeah, that's in a corner. And the other one was 23 minus 30, so minus 30 on the Z, 23, right, so that's right on the edge. Minus 30. Yeah, it's actually not too bad. So yeah, it does appear to be working. So, yep, that's a good distance. So I think that's probably, it's not too bad. So what I might do is I might loosen that up while we put the other criteria on, and we can just see how good we can get that. So for now, I'll revert it to this. Right, okay, so I guess the next thing is, what else can we use to limit down which base seeds we're looking for? So now I did mention before the ancient city. For some reason in the plan, let me find that, where is it? I, for some reason, used this temple grid to go, oh, well, we need it in this corner. Turns out the ancient city grid is actually smaller than 32, it's 24. So it actually looks like this. So we've now got this sort of area here. So I'm less worried about it. So I guess effectively we probably need to do the same thing, because this is the ancient city versus the ocean monument issue with the continentalness. Having said that, continentalness it has a lot more octaves, and the lowest frequency octave is like 2048 blocks, and so that plus the other, you can get local minima and things like that, which might suffice. So that's fine. So I think we'll do a similar thing, but instead of one list of like temples, we'll take the ocean monument and the ancient cities. Now the other thing with the ancient cities is not every grid gets one. Now this may and possibly quite likely will change sometime between when 1.19 releases and what the current betas are. So yeah, this may need to be a rerun if we actually want that seed to work in 1.19 when it releases. So let me have a look at the ancient city. So pretty much, yeah, so it basically takes a number between 0 and 4, and if it's greater than 2, so that would just be 3 and 4. So there's a 2 out of 5 chance for each. So it's a little bit less than half for each grid to have an ancient city in it. But there is small grids. So now the other thing check is, does it have a center bias? And it probably, yes, it does have a center bias because it's not linear. That's fine. That's actually one of the reasons the desert temples weren't so much of an issue, because they don't have a center bias, which means that getting them into the corners isn't... Each chunk has, inside the green area, has an equal probability of being selected effectively, whereas the ones with the center bias, like Ancient City, the chunks towards the middle are much, much, much more likely. Okay, so let's do the same thing for the Ancient City. So if I pull this grid in here, we've actually got more grids to worry about. So what I'm going to do with this one is take it from -1. So I'm actually going to do it by grid index. So -1, that'll be 0, that'll be 1, and so on both the X and the Z. So let me just sort that out then. So basically the same sort of thing. Usual bad practice, copy paste. Right. And 2, 2. So less than 2 was 1. Programmers do that, by the way, because usually things are 0 based. So this effectively is usually the size, because I mean logically you'd normally think less than or equal to 1, right? But that's just how programmers think. Right, so what are we doing? We are finding... Okay, so we need ancient cities. So once again, we need a list of chunks, chunk positions, ancient cities, and array list is fine. Cool. So ancient cities, and we're just going to add... No, we can't just add it. Reason for that is when they don't exist, the chunk is null. So we will assign it first. So structure finder, get an ancient city chunk with a seed. Now, because I'm using a grid index, I need to multiply it by 24 to make sure that we get inside the grid. So because this is going to go through a range of -1, 0, 1. If you multiply that by 24, you end up with the top left, effectively, of each of the grids. Well, no, not quite. The 0, 0. Oh, yeah, it would be top left. Yeah. No, that's fine. Yes, the top left of each of the grids. So that's cool. There's a chunk. Ah, right, that's right. I've got to convert it. Okay, so there's a chunk. Basically, if that 2 out of 5 roll, if it misses it, that chunk possibly null. So we just go no. We just go on to the next one. And yeah, and yeah. So if it's not null, we can just add it, which is fine. Add. Right. So there is an outside possibility that all of the rolls will fail, so we may as well just chuck a check in here, because if there are no ancient cities possible, then actually that's the other thing I need to do. I need to ensure that those are within the... Anyway, I'll just do this first. Yeah, so basically, if it's empty, we don't want the seed. Right, so the other thing I need to do is, because... See, with the temples, I didn't need to do this because I knew that they were all going to be within our search area. The ancient cities, most of them will be, but some of them might not be. So I'm going to have to put in a check, and we did one of those earlier, didn't we? Yeah. So we just convert it to a block position and then check that's within the search area. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll just grab that. And effectively we'll just chuck it in here. Search area. So we'll just get the upper left because, yeah, it's going to be in the search area if it's like that. That's fine, and we're not returning false. The number of times that's caught me out, I just dump out of entire seeds because one of them isn't there. Yeah, I really shouldn't copy and paste things like that. Right. Okay, so all that's going to do is effectively skip adding it to the list. So we know everything in that list is in our search area now. Right, so there's that one, and so the other one was the Ocean Monument. Let's have a look at the Ocean Monument grid. So it's a bit wider. So the grid size is, I believe it's 32. Ocean Monument. Yeah, it's 32. So that's fine. We don't like the desert temples. Like the temples, you can see that they're also 32. So each of our quadrants is 32, so it should be fine. We don't have to worry about them not being in there, so we can pretty much just literally add them. So that's much more like this. Just the 4 quads, in fact. We will just cheekily do this. And Ocean Monuments, isn't it? Cool. Let's grab the Ocean Monuments. Temple chunks. Ocean Monuments. Get Ocean Monument chunk. That's fine. Now I'll just do a quick check here to see if there's any other roles involved. No, there is not. That's fine. Right. So now similar sort of thing. So we've got a distance. So we'll just do basic. So because we're comparing 2 different lists, we can actually do it the more traditional way. And sorry, not list. So what I'm going to do here is go through each of the ocean monuments. Oh, right. Yes. So each of the ocean monuments, actually, Let's call it that so I know what it is. In the ocean monuments. And for each of those ocean monuments, we're going to go through every single other ancient city and use those variable names. Look very similar and they could confuse me, but well, I'll just deal with it. Right. So again, we're doing the whole distance thing, except we already have the chunks, so we don't have to do the index lookups. That's fine. So we also need a max distance. Now, did I just call the other one max dist? Yeah, that was a bad idea. Let's just rename that. Temple dist. Right. Cool. Now what do I need? I need monuments, temples. Okay, so I need chunk piles for the basically selected ancient temple. So whichever ones it finds, whichever combination it finds furthest apart. No, right. And same for the ancient temple, ancient city. And the same for the ocean monument. Right, so distance. Right, oh, and of course I need something to store the current OCAC, that'll do. Yep. So once again, the distance is greater than the max OCAC, so ocean chunk, ancient city chunk. Yeah, it's a bad name. I'll rename it. Right, so we want the selected ancient city to be the AC chunk, and the selected ocean monument to be the OC chunk, and of course we need to update the maximum distance. Now, one of the things that's just sort of occurred to me is that we could have combinations which are not desirable. For example, if the ocean monument is close to, let's say, if it's close to one of the temples, then we've got an issue because these temples will not generate an ocean, obviously. So what we probably want to do with this is when we're making the list of ocean monuments, actually run a check. So I will assign that to a variable. Right, and the check is going to be effectively, let's just check the distance between each of the temples. Yeah, okay, the distance between each of the temples and the ocean monument. What I might do here is minimum ocean monument temple dist. I'm just putting this in a variable because it's going to be referenced in a couple of places. For now, I'm just going to say the minimum needs to be... actually, there's a good point. How do we check the minimums for these sorts of things? What I tend to do is do something like this, where I'll take... So you need deep ocean for ocean monuments. So basically you go deep ocean, deep warm ocean, lukewarm. I don't know if the cold one actually exists anymore, but right, that's cool. And highlighting those, what we're looking at is, well, how close chunk-wise can we get them to land? Okay, so that's a chunk grid now. So, yeah. I mean, that's sort of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish. So we're going, well, we don't want them to be closer than about 8. I think that would be entirely reasonable. So let's roll with that as a distance for now. So 8 times 16. Right. So that actually shouldn't be too bad, because if we look at our grids, I mean, you've got all that area there, and then your temples are here, and taking 8, because I mean, we're likely to be looking at a witch hut or a jungle, depending on which way the temperatures roll. 2, yeah, the distance shouldn't be too much of an issue. Right, what am I doing? Right, grabbing that distance. So we want the distance between select the temple 1 and world position and that chunk. So this will give us an idea of what we're talking about. So actually, no, we'll just straight reject them if that is greater than, less than the minimum distance. So if this ocean monument is too close to one of the temples that we need to be temples, then we're going to say no. We're not allowing it. So that's the one for the first temple. That's the one for the second temple. Why is it complaining about that? Oh. No, they can't possibly be null. But just so it doesn't complain, I'll just say if temple 1 is null, return false. It's never going to be, but it just makes the compiler happier. That's fine. Okay. Right. So, yeah, basically we'll skip them if they're too close to the ocean monument. If the ocean monument's too close, we just won't add it to the list, which now means that this list could be empty. So, well, actually in theory it can't, but we'll put the check in anyway. So, yeah, if it's empty, we don't want the seed. Yep. Cool. Right, so now let's see what that does. I'm not expecting it to drop these numbers much, and also be aware that those figures down there are for when it was at 72, so... Well, actually, let's just chuck it back to that and see what happens. Because then we've got sort of more comparable figures. What do we have? Yeah, it basically didn't alter much at all. That's cool. Right, so what have we got? Let's just see. We have... mansion. So we've got the 4 temples. We've basically tried to make sure that... Oh, we need to make sure none of the temples are close to the ocean monument, not just those 2. That is a very good point. Okay, one more. We have a list of temples, right? Yes. So what we'll do is instead of just comparing those two temples, we'll roll through the other list. Okay. So basically go through each of the temples, temple chunk, go through each of the temples and make sure that it's not going to be too close, because otherwise we won't get the temple. How am I going to do this? What I'll probably do is, so the issue here is I can't just hit continue because it'll continue with the next one in this list, because that's, so what I'll do is I'll just put a flag to say found too close, and we'll start that off at false, and we'll go if basically this, but with but instead of that temple, we'll go with the current temple chunk, and instead of continuing, we're going to go found too close. Theoretically, I could break here as well to skip the rest if it finds one, but it's not worth it. Right, so if we found one that's too close, then we continue. Cool. Right. And that can go. Right, that's better. Okay, so now we've got the situation where, let's see, so our temples will be around. We're going to have an ocean monument chunk, which is as far as possible from the ancient city chunk. Now, did I have a distance on that? No, I have not any criteria. I got what the max distance was, but I didn't actually put any filter on it. Okay, so how far apart do we think we need to get the continentalness to change? So let's have a look at the figures. It's a little hard to do that. Because yes, high continentalness isn't particularly visible on chunk base. Like up to a point it is, but yeah, the deep dark range is sort of above the, it's in the highest bracket of continentalness, so it's hard to say how far through that it is. So what I'll do is let's have a look at our grid. Ancient city. So, and this is our ocean monument grid. So, I mean, ideally, you kind of want, I would say, yeah, about, what's 24 and 40, 48. Actually, that's about the same as the other one, isn't it? Let's just throw a figure in there. Yeah, let's roll with, let's try roll with that, and because I mean, at the moment I think we're running out of things that we need to worry about the positions of. Yeah, let's just try that and see what happens. A lot of the stuff is very trial and error. Okay, yeah, so that's dropping that down quite a bit, but we are still getting some. Now, the key question is there any other major filters that are going to be sort of exclusionary? So what have we got? We've got our temples. So, mansion's not done. The temples are done. We are checking motion monument, and we're checking that against the temples. So we probably will need to check other structures against the ocean monument. Outpost. Okay, yeah, outpost is an interesting one. So let's have a look. If we have a look at the structure finder, the configuration for Pillager Outpost, its grid is 80, which is quite large, and that is quite a big separation area. So I don't actually have one of these prepped up for Outpost, but what I think we'll find is I mean, obviously you've only got the 4 grids, but because of the size of the separation area is like this wide. So effectively for this grid up here, it's only going to be this little bit. That could possibly be. So I'm just wondering how to deal with it. So we only need to worry about 4 quadrants. So we'll just do the whole find it, and we'll just go through and effectively get the list of the ones that are within range of our search area. So that's pretty similar to, what did we do with the ancient snow? We'll just write a new one. That's fine. So list chunks. So we want our outpost chunks, and I'll make that an array list, and we will do I'm sure I've got a plus minus 1 here somewhere. Yep, that'll do. Actually, that's pretty dang close. Oh, no, that's right, I've got to do the check. That's cool. Boom. So just put that to a variable. Ancient city chunk. What am I doing? Utils.toChunkPos. Structure finder. Get pillager outpost. Yep, that's what I called it. Seed X Z. So that's going to go through those 4 quadrants. Grab that chunk. Now we're going to need to check whether or not the chunk is in the search range. So if not, search area dot is inside the chunk pos and world position. We're just going to not put it in the list. And so now we can just add the chunk pos to the list. So now we've got a list of outpost chunks. So in theory, I mean, actually, in theory, you could end up with none. It's possible. So what I'll do is do the usual sort of check. If it's empty, if we don't have any viable outpost chunks, we don't want the seed. All right. Now how many do we get? It's less. Yep, definitely less. Right, okay, so the other thing that's going to make an outpost chunk not very viable is the distance to the ocean monument. So what I'll do is go dist, and we'll go from chunk pos, obviously, world position, to the, do we have an ocean monument? Selected ocean monument chunk, isn't it? Yeah. World position, if that is greater than, and I might rename this. Did I put a variable on that? That's ocean monument temple distance. I'm going to make that more generic. To ocean monument distance, because I'm going to reuse that. So if it's less than the ocean monument, minimum ocean monument distance, we're also going to skip it. And I've misspelled that, haven't I? Yep. Cool. Yeah, so that hasn't really dropped too much, which is probably about right. Now, so we're getting 1, 2 out of every 4 million. So we're probably looking at a couple of hundred here. All right, well, let's quickly have a look at the other list, because we may have been slightly over-restricted at certain places. Mega ravine. Yeah. Is that just going to come out in the wash? How common are those things? So let's just unhighlight all those. Go to 0, 0. And we'll turn the ravines on. And we need to zoom in. Okay. So, do the sort of usual thing of just hit random a bunch and see how often they turn up. Yeah. See, one of the issues with the ravines is they're per chunk, I believe. Yeah, so it's a chance per chunk, which means you've basically got to go through every chunk to see if it's a ravine. What we might do, because these don't have biomes on them, so what I think we might just have a quick squiz at those manually, actually. Mine shafts, they're also a per chunk thing. Ruin portals, yeah, there's going to be a ruin portal, and they're pretty sure. Let me just... technically you could have a situation where you didn't have one, but is it worth checking? That's the key question. Yeah, let's not worry about it. Okay, so what else have we got? Geodes, that's also per chunk. Not going to worry about that. Village stronghold. So one of the cheeky things that we can do with the outpost is, because we know we need a village for the stronghold, and we know that the outpost biome check is basically the same as the village ones. There's a couple of extra mountain ones on there. If we wanted to ensure that we always get our outpost, we could potentially go, well, let's just make sure that the outpost chunk is actually the same. Yeah, make sure the outpost chunk is the same as the village chunk. So I must have that in a variable somewhere. Village chunk, yeah. That's cool. So what we'll do is... Actually, I'll just cheekily do it up here, because it's actually quite a good filter. Yeah, let's do it up there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab, and I'm just going to call it a village outpost chunk. And we're just basically going to say, and yeah, so chunk pause. Two chunk pause. Right. Thinking right. So yeah, we're just going to grab I'm just going to grab the chunk pause for the outpost. Yeah, get the outpost chunk, and instead of feeding in a grid position, what I'm actually going to do is feed in the village chunk position, and you'll see why in a minute, because I mean that basically guarantees you the same grid. Right, and this is probably too restrictive, but we'll see what happens. What I'll probably end up doing is outputting everything and then rerunning the search with the outputs that we had and adding this. So I'll probably put it in and take it out, but that's fine. So if village outpost chunk.x doesn't equal the village chunk.x, so basically the outpost and the village have to have tried to generate on the same chunk. So this is going to create a structure collision, no question. But it's also going to mean that if the stronghold's viable, the outpost is certainly viable. To be honest, we probably could give it some wiggle room, but at the moment I'm struggling to go, how do we filter these down to choosing a single one? And so if we can get one like this, then that's fine. So we're actually going to dump the entire seed. Yep. If that is not the case, so effectively we're trying to dump the village chunk on top of the outpost in the center of the village. I'm sure the villagers are going to love it. Right. Cool. So I'm guessing that's going to drop our results to 0 very quickly, but it may also increase the speed of it quite considerably. Yeah, it didn't really increase the speed. Yeah, so that's fine. So I will do what I mentioned before, and I'm just going to comment this out for now, and we'll run it without. Right, where are we at? So outpost chunk. So now I basically am going, well, let's just spit out all of these seeds and we can throw some stuff in a spreadsheet and then work out, is there anything we haven't thought about? Because when we start looking at these and sort of chunk base-ish type maps, that we might see two things that we have to keep apart or should be close together. So I really should have a better way of doing this, but I'm just straight out writing it to a file writer. Yeah. So output the seed. And we pretty much want everything, don't we? So what have we got? We've got, I mean, you've obviously got your village. So what we'll do is we'll go, actually, what I will do is I will output the village coordinates, the chunk coordinates as individuals, which I won't do for the rest. And the reason for this is we may decide later to try lay these villages out. So I can simulate some village layouts, although we probably aren't going to get much of a choice. We're probably going to end up with an icy village at a guess, just because of the way the temperatures are likely to roll. I mean, yeah, it's likely to be icy or desert. So, all right, and now I'm just basically going to output all of the block positions for the chunks. It just makes it a little bit easier to sort of see what's going on. Okay, so, wow. Just to keep it consistent, I'll do this. Right. So, there's going to be a few of them. Right, so we've got... what chunks? We've got village chunk. We have our temple 1 and temple 2. Those are important. Actually, we'll probably just cycle through the temples. Yep, temple chunks, because we know there's going to be 4 of them. Yeah, we know there's going to be 4 of them. So, yeah, we'll just output each of them. Cool. So temples. What else have we got? We have ancient cities. Now we have a selected one, don't we? Yeah, okay. So we're going to grab a selected ancient city. And we're going to grab a selected ocean monument. And what are we going to do with the outpost? Well, it's the last variable thing, isn't it? Oh yeah, Woodland Mansion. One moment. Oh yeah, we definitely need to put that in the criteria, because look at that. That's a honking great. Okay, so I'm going to deal with that one pretty much the same way I dealt with the outpost. Right. What am I doing? So we need the plus minus. Yeah, it's basically like this. That's fine. So we're going to go list chunk pos for the woodland mansions. Woodland mansion chunks. Array list is fine. Okay, yep. So here's our list. We're going to just do that, and we are probably, actually it's almost identical to this, come to think of it. Yep, so we've just got to go woodland mansion chunk, yeah. That's fine, so run those 4 quads. We still want to keep it away from the ocean monument. It needs to be inside the search area, and we need to add it to the right list. Cool. So that's fine. And of course we need to basically do this as well. Outpost chunks. Mention chunks. Right. Now, so when outputting this, one of the issues I've got is I've got 2 things here, because normally what I'd do is if I had something that had a variable number of results, like there could be multiple woodland mansion chunks or multiple outpost chunks, what I would normally do is just put them on the end. And so I know everything past a certain point is a certain something. Like they're woodland mansion chunks. Usually it's like chests from village layouts, things like that. So what I'll probably do here is, because yeah, we might need to pass them later. So what I'll do is something like this, but what I'm going to do is, instead of just outputting the coordinates for the chunk, I'm going to put another column in just before it saying what it is. So I should probably do that here as well. And we'll just go append tempo. We'll just say T. That's fine. Yeah. And that way we kind of know what's what. So outposts. The other thing that I might end up doing is creating a sort of an array of characters, so that we've kind of got a text representation of the map, because the relative positions of things problems may jump out and become more obvious if I do that. So that's fine. And woodland mansion chunks. Yeah, information. Cool. So we don't really need any of those. Now, because this is just what we're outputting, it doesn't actually matter. As long as we have the seed, it doesn't matter if we decide we need to output different things later, because we can basically plug the same seeds back in and it'll go really fast, because you're only testing ones you know are going to pass. Right, so that is probably runnable. Never. Yes, actually I do need to check those. Selected ancient city is null. Theoretically it shouldn't be, because it would have already returned false, because this max AC OC would have been 0. So, but because that criteria could get commented out at some point for some reason, yeah, it's often a good idea to just do this. That's fine. Okay, so let's run it. Yep, that's already set up, ready to go. So, okay, let's see what it tells us. Cool. Right, so let me find. Alright, so here we go. So here's our output, and that's actually the reason for the flush on the writer. because if you don't do that, it just picks when it's going to actually write it out to disk, and so I want it to do it every time there's a result, so that when I open the file while it's running, I can see the results. So we've got temple there, temple there, temple there, temple there. I didn't prefix those, but I know what they are. One outpost. Why is there? Oh, that's a temple as well. As to wait on. Shouldn't there be an ancient city that doesn't have a prefix? So what I'll do here actually is I'll just make a new spreadsheet and paste them in. Gotta love it when it does that. Cool. Right, that's better. Yeah, because now we can sort of go your temples. Yeah, which ones are temples? I'm probably gonna have to skip over a lot of this stuff in post, but that's all right. Okay, so they're a bit variable, but that's fine. So we've got seeds. So we've got temples there. Yeah, then there's two that aren't marked as to what they are, and that's because they are the... Get that out of the way. That'd be the ancient city, that'd be the ocean monument. So we know we're going to get 4 temples. That's ancient city, that's ocean monument. Wait on, so why is that prefixed with O? Why did I prefix with O? Oh, outpost. Okay, yep. Alright, so outpost. It's interesting, most of the time we're only getting 1. That actually surprises me. In the mansions, we're also mostly only getting 1. So that may end up being our selection criteria, is how viable these are likely to be. And so I'm not exactly sure how we'll do that, but what I'll do is have a look at the biomes, because of course your woodland mansion's going to need your dark forest, and so that's going to be your more selective one. And so that sits in the middle of the temperature range and at the high humidity end. The humidity is probably not going to be an issue. And the temperature, well, it's in the middle of the range and we're having to sweep through it. So let's think about this logically. Actually, the other diagram is probably better. Cool. So if we're sweeping through a temperature range of very low temp for the igloo and high temp for the desert, you probably find that the middle of that range, and let me just see what the middle of that range actually is, because it might be a bit biased. So temperatures, there's 5 of them, so that's the middle range there. And we need to get from there to there, and there to there. Yeah, it's about in the middle. It's not astronomically out. So the more viable seeds are likely to be the ones with a spawn, that have the woodland mansions closest to 0, because the middle temperature range is likely to be sort of in this sort of band. Because we'll probably end up being on the edges over here, and so then there's there'd be 3 zones in between the 2 edges. So that's cool. But that might be the way that we work out which... Yeah. We'll work out which way to... Which base seed is best. So, how are we going in terms of running? We are... Just resize this window. Right, so we're currently 273 million seeds through the 4.2 billion. Yep, and we're getting a few hits here and there. So obviously the Wither Mansion did chop it back a little bit more. I'd be very curious to know where we are in terms of 0, 0s for some of these woodland mansions. So what I'm going to do is just reopen the results. And basically just copy and paste those back into the spreadsheet, and it's going to mess the formatting up again because it always does. Or it doesn't always. I'm not sure what it's deciding based on, but that's fine. Boom. Right. So, mansions. Does the woodland mansion have a center bias? I think it does, which is going to make this interesting. Yeah, so it's not linear. It does have a center bias. Okay. So what that means is getting it to 0, 0 is going to be rather difficult. In fact, yeah, okay. Looking at these now, and most of them are fairly close to the edge. But we may get a couple that pop out that are pretty good. I mean, if we get like a 160, 160 or something like that, that'd be pretty good. I mean, that's not too bad. But that's still... we'll see. So yeah, that may end up being what we use to decide which one of these base seeds that we end up getting. So that we can try and make sure that we got a best shot at getting a woodland mansion. Yeah, the outpost, I'm not going to worry about it as much, I don't think. We'll see. Because there's so many biomes that can spawn in. It's... yeah, we may get something out of the mix. So what I normally do while these things are running is, because this is finding a base seed. Now, the next step of it is, once we've determined our structure locations, we need to find the biomes that make them generate. And this is where things get a bit interesting. So what I'll do is I'll just draft up another seed filter, but this one's going to be based off of changing the upper 32 bits. So the lower 32 bits of the seed, I thought I had a diagram out here for this somewhere. Oh yeah, there it is. If I can get the window the right size. Right, okay. So the lower 32 bits of the seed, so there's 64 bits total. This is sort of the traditional bedrock seed that rolls into the bedrock RNG. Structure locations where it's going to try place things are determined by that. That is entirely all we are doing with this current search that we're running now. After we determine and lock in which set of those that we actually want, then we can use the remaining ones to go through and try find biomes that make these structures generate. So this is one of the reasons why Java has a bit of a harder time finding seeds, particularly with their strongholds now, trying to get a 12i, because they actually ended up loading the decoration with a full 64 bits, which, yeah, it makes it a lot harder. Right. Anyway, so that's running. We're 40. By the time we've written up this other thing, this is probably going to be well done. Okay. So let's do this. So what was this one called? Subscribe Special 500. So let's just make a new one. And yeah, biomes, something like that. Cool. And again, extending the same thing. And so this is actually just entirely fairly similar to the previous one, with one significant exception. I'm going to treat this seed as this part of the seed. So the first thing we need to do is actually construct a 64-bit seed from whatever our chosen base is. So I'll just put a variable in for that and we can set it. And then we'll go through these. So combinations of one set low 32 bits versus all the combinations of the highs. We might not get through all the combinations of the highs because this is the bit that's usually quite slow. But we'll see what we can do to speed that up. Okay, so first of all, we need to construct that seed. I will just copy and paste from something else. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, that'll do. Cool. So this would be whatever our base seed ends up being, which we don't know yet, which is fine. We'll just change it. Yeah, all this is really doing is just pushing. That doesn't even need to be converted, but that's fine. Effectively, it's just taking this seed, which starts basically here, pushing it all the way to this point, and this will fill out with zeros. And then when you put an OR on that with the lower seed, that then sets the lower 32 bits to whatever our base seed is. So then we end up with this seed 64. Right. Do we start straight with the biomes? Well, we're going to need them eventually anyway. So basically, yeah, the biomes are interesting. There's quite a bit of Mojang code that I've used there that's kind of copied and pasted and modified, and yeah, it's interesting. I believe there are biome libraries out there like QBiomes and things. Those should be perfectly fine to use if you're trying to do this sort of thing yourself. Right. So basically, this is just setting up the noise generators that are going to deal with the biomes, and the biome selection mechanics. So that's all fine. Right. So I guess the first thing we have to do is we have to rattle through. So we'll have several chunk poses. I'll probably put them up here actually. Or do we literally rerun the search? Actually, if we do that on initialization, it might be alright. Yeah, let's do that, because that means that I can initialize this with a base seed and it can calculate for itself. That's fine. So I'll do that. So this is going to be terrible, but I'm doing it anyway. Oh, we're not outputting. Cool. So I don't normally do it this way, but because we are looking for so many different structures, if we end up flicking between a couple of different base seeds, it's going to be a real pain. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a constructor, and that constructor is going to take a base seed. And so, in fact, I'm going to do, let me paste those in first. I'm going to take this out of here, and I'm going to make that variable and effectively set it right at the start. So when I initialize it, whatever the base seed we pass in is what's going to get used. So because most of this stuff is set up for using seed, so obviously we don't have the structure finder in this constructor, so we'll just make a new one. I probably could make the structure finder static, but it's fine. We'll just make a new one. That's there. That solves all those problems. And because everything's referred to as seed, what I'll do is I'll just make a seed variable and literally just set it to the base seed. In fact, I could probably just do this. Yeah, that's better. Yep. And now, interestingly, because I've done that, I can now rename it again back to base seed. There you go. Right, so basically what I've done here is just done all of the existing searching that we were doing before, except I'm going to take out the returns because we've already established that all of these pass, because otherwise we wouldn't be passing the base seed in. So all of these go. Those comments can go. That still needs to be in there actually. Right, so let me just check. Where's our search area? There it is. And we'll just chuck that up here because we're only using it once. Yep, we're not returning false. That's fine. So what the plan is here is we'll get rid of all these checks because they don't apply anymore. So effectively it's about finding all of that stuff, and it's just so that we've got these lists that we can sort of iterate through and check the biomes to, and so we'll basically have effectively a list of true falses that go, did we find this, did we find that, and when they're all true we can go, yes, we have a seed. What we may actually also do is have a count and basically go, well, how close did we get? Because we might not get all of them. Right, so what are we doing? We are... So in order to access these... Yeah, in order to access these lists, what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to take them and put them out here. So what other lists? Ancient cities. So these will get populated when the seed filter, the speedrun filter, is initialized, and that means that it'll only happen once when we start the search. So it's not like it's doing this for every seed. Right, outpost chunks, woodland mansion chunks, and it'll become apparent why. I mean, this is actually really messy, and of course, because if I change criteria in the other one, it's not going to match this, and it's could become a real mess. But that's okay. Yep. But it'll become fairly obvious why I did that later. Oh yeah, the village chunk. Where is that? Cool. So I need to make that there. Yep. Cool. So we have the village chunk, which will have the stronghold on it. We have temple chunk, ancient city chunks, ocean monument chunks. Oh, the selected one. Yes, I need the selected one. Okay, that's fine. We'll just do that. In fact, yeah, we don't really need the list, but it's there now, so, wow, maybe I'll clean it up. Because we did select one. Okay, that's fine, so I'll just chuck those back in here. Right. So we've got temples, outposts, woodland mansion chunks, ancient city. I selected ancient city, selected ocean monument. What am I missing? No, I think that's it. Yep, okay. Well, let's roll with that and see what we get. Okay, so now I've got all that. In fact, what I may actually do is, just so that I've got these in a reference area that I can see, I may just do this. Generally, that's not good practice, but that's fine. Right. So, we need to go through, now, different temple types. Okay, so let's set up our list of things that we need. So, we need an igloo. We need desert temple. We need a witch hut. Right. So what I'm going to do is just effectively have all these variables, and we'll go through and make them basically do the biome checks. Jungle temple. So woodland mansion. Now you may notice I'm not adding stronghold to this, because if the village generates, we know the stronghold will generate. So there's the village, of course. Village found, woodland mansion, pillager outpost. What else we got? Ancient city. And the ocean monument, I think, is the other one. It's going to be really interesting to see if we can get that igloo and the desert temple. This is really pushing it for that scale. And down here we're 1.1 billion through. So, right. So I have another object that I use for this stuff. The biome structure finder. And basically it just has some, what are the biome checks, and yeah, so I can just literally go through them like this and go, is desert temple valid? And you give it a chunk and you give it a biome source, and it will do the biome check for you. So what we'll do is go through all the temples. Now I may change the order I do this, but at this stage the main issue, like the main performance impact, is actually initializing the noise sources. So because the thing that's going to trip us up the most is, the most likely thing to trip us up is going to be this temperature difference between the igloo and the desert temple. What I may end up doing is going through and getting a maximum minimum temperatures by just initializing one noise generator. Well, it's not one noise generator, there's only 2 octaves in temperature, so, and then there's the Perlin first, second, so you're basically looking at four noise sources that it uses. So initializing that is a lot cheaper than, I think it's about 26 to do them all. So it can be significantly faster. But we'll see how we go. Right, so we're going to go through each of these desert temple chunks. Each of these temple chunks, which could be of any temple type. So we're literally going, not of, if. And if it is valid, we'll say, yeah, desert temple found. And it's really that simple. So we've got igloo, we've got witch hut, and we've got jungle, and that's fine. Is igloo, igloo. Yep, it's igloo, igloo temple. Is witch hut valid? Is jungle temple valid? Okay. So, one moment, just take a sip. Right. So that effectively it'll be similar things to the other lists, except for they'll be simpler. So I'll probably literally just do this. What else is a list? Outpost, fine, we'll do that next. And effectively it's the same. Is outposts, pillager outpost valid? Chunk files, yep. And if it is, then yeah, pillager outpost found. Yep. fact, because we don't really need to do that, we can probably just do this. Right, what else? We've got Woodland Mansions. Now that one, I probably will move that further up the list, because it's the one that's likely to fail soonish. I mean, I'd probably do the temperature stuff first, but we're still waiting on this, so that's fine. Pillager Outpost found. Woodland Mansion found, and we need to change this. Yep. Right, so that's checking. So we've checked those, that. And so the Ancient City is going to be a weird one, because I don't think I have a biome check for that yet. No, I don't. Okay, so that one I'm going to have to do in a special way. That's fine. And with that one, it's going to be a little bit hit and miss, like some of the results that come out, assuming that we match everything else. Even if we're in the continental illness range required due to things like erosion and yeah, the deep dark may not turn up, and I don't actually have a good feel on how large that biome check is yet. Once we get a release, like once 1.18.30 comes out, because did that have it? Yeah, it did. Yeah, I can probably work it out from the server version, because that's easier to read, even though the code's still mangled when you get it open. Okay, that's fine. So Ocean Monument we can do, and that's just a single. So yeah, we'll just, is Ocean Monument valid? The Ocean Monument check's an interesting one because it has 2 levels to it, I think, or is that just in Java? Anyway. So there's a deep ocean area, and then I think there's a wider area, which has to be ocean as well. What am I doing? I selected, yep. Ocean Monument found, yep. So here you go. That's that. What's next? Oh, the village, of course. Yeah, just kind of important. Village chunk, and is... Oh, that's right. This one's slightly different. Okay, that's fine. What we'll do is we'll go... No. Yeah, we have to get the village type. Yep, that's fine. So... Yep, it's perfect. And so that's going to give us a biome. The reason I do that is because I often want to output the village type. So right away, we're just going to say it's stronghold or nothing. So if the village doesn't pass, we're just going to abort right there. Cool. And then we can work out the village type later based off the category. That's fine. Okay, so what else is left? Ocean Monument. Ancient City. Okay, so the Ancient City. So Deep Dark requires continentalness of greater than 0.85. 825? Yeah, 0.825. So what I'm going to do for that one is I'm just going to go straight to the biome source, and I am going to effectively ask it for the target parameters. So now this is technically a sort of a pseudo get the surface. It's not perfect, so that's fine. I'll just we need a block position. That's fine. I'll multiply it. So we've got selected ancient city chunk, x times 16. Selected ancient city, z times 16. Right. Okay, so that's going to give us a target point. So this is actually giving us not the biome, but the parameters. So effectively here if we're going to say we must have our ancient city, well, actually what I'll do is actually, good point, I didn't set that other one. Sorry, I just realized I didn't set this to true if it passed, because we were rejecting it all, so that's fine. Cool. So what am I doing? I am ancient city. Right, so if we take this target point, so this is the target point is basically all of the biome noise sources. Effectively, you take a location, you feed it into them, and it will spit out some numbers. And those numbers sort of are a measure of things like erosion and temperature. And it kind of takes those numbers and tries to find the best fit biome for them, because each biome will sort of have ranges which it's supposed to generate in. Right, so continentalness is the key one here, and we're going to say that continentalness needs to be higher than 8,250. Now, this seems a little bit weird because before I said 0.825, and that's because when they do the biome lookups, they actually convert them to integers, well, to longs, and I think that's probably to make the hashing faster. It probably improves the performance of the search, so making it easier to match effectively. Because otherwise you're talking, yeah, it's floating point operations versus integer operations. There's bound to be advantages. So I'm just going to say, now this doesn't actually mean it's found, but I'm just going to say sure. It's about as good as we can do in terms of a check. All right, so that looks like pretty much everything. So what do we want to output? Well, we should already know our coordinates from everything else, so we really just need the seed at this point. So what I'll do is, well, we might want the spawn as well. And the counts. Yeah, okay. So what I'll do is long.toString. Yeah, so output the 64-bit seed. Cool. Now, the other thing that I tend to do as well is output the seed that got fed in. And the reason for that is if I want to rerun this and change the criteria slightly, I can do that because I have that. Oh, well, I mean, I could have cast the other one. Yeah, there's various ways of doing it, but I'm just going to do that for now. Okay, so what am I doing? Well, let's put the new lines in. And flush it, of course. True. Oh, right. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, we've obviously, at the moment, we've only set these two variables. We actually haven't set, aside from the village, when we're going to abort. So what we'll do, I think we'll do it as a count. Yeah, we'll do it as a count. And so we're literally just going to go if igloo found count plus plus. So how many of these things did we actually find? And I'm going to just cheekily do that, and a lot of copy pasta. I probably could have set up something to do this a bit more elegantly, but it's too much thinking. Boom. And cool. Right. So the other thing we probably actually want to output. Okay, so I mean, how many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if the count is less than 7. What I often do with these things is have a wider criteria to start with, just to make sure that I haven't made any mistakes, because there's nothing worse than going through 24 hours or so worth of processing only to discover that you've messed it up and have to do it again. So I may even just comment that out to start with, because one of the things I'm actually curious about is how viable is this? So even without all of this other stuff, can we get the igloo in the desert temple? And so I may even put a criteria just to start with. It's if either of those is false, but the rest of it is just, well, what else did you find? Right, so we probably need to output which things it did find so that we can put them into a spreadsheet and filter them. So, yeah. So a very similar thing. And again, that'll do. And copy paste. Why am I always one short? Actually, I think I will set that criteria up now. So basically, if we don't have our igloo, we must have our igloo. So if not igloo found, and if not desert temple found. Cool. Returning false. Yeah, and what I'll probably do here is, yeah, because I'm just going to output the count, and the reason for that is that it's going to make sorting a lot easier. So we can literally sort it by the number and then see what came out. Count, yeah. Tab in there. Yeah, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, okay, that's all of them. And actually, now there's the other interesting thing. Well, we'll start with this, but we might end up, depending on whether or not we actually get results, start putting in checks for buried treasure and shipwrecks, and the ravines are going to come under the base seeds. So so let's have a look at how we're going with our base seeds. Let's just reopen that. So close that and reopen it, and because we may have something that's good enough anyway. Right, so paste that in there and fix it again. Cool. Right. So the main things that we're after. So it was this woodland mansion thing that we all were a bit worried about, weren't we? So given that they're mostly in this column, actually, that's an interesting conundrum. Is having two better? You got two shots at it, but if they're on the edges, let me have a look at our plan and just imagine what that scenario would look like. So you've got one that's, say, about here, but it's all the way over there. Well, that could still be halfway through the temperature thing. So you maybe 2 mansions is better. Anyway, so what I'll do is I'm just going to sort this entire thing by literally the teleport coordinates. And because then we can go through the next and go. Okay, so and you can see where the where that red zone kicks in, because it's like there's nothing that's closer to zero than minus. So all the close ones are going to be up here. That's pretty good. That's not bad. Now, if we get a pretty good one with both, yeah, it's starting to get up there a bit. Mind you, that's not bad. And you got 2 outposts there. All right, well, let's just start having a look at some of these in chunk base, and mainly for things like the ravines. Did I put a ruin portal check in there? You're going to get a ruin portal. Whether it's above ground or not, it's another question. Right, which one looked good? Boom, boom. That. Okay, so let's see what it looks like. So grab a seed, chuck it into chunk base. We'll try to avoid showing you their adverts. Right. Okay, so I mean, this may help show us certain things. Like the dimensions and things obviously aren't going to be here but some of them might be in some of the seeds we look at. So I'll switch them on anyway. Ocean Monument. Actually, where the ruin portal is could be cool. That's cool. So the igloo. Right. So we pretty much got nothing. Although, did we get any mega ravines? Yes, we did get a mega ravine. 2 ruin portals. Okay. So what am I looking for here? So, and this is where that whole thing I mentioned earlier about potentially creating a little text grid of where these things are, because chunk base isn't really going to tell us that. So 144, 112, 144, 112. Yeah, so that's not bad. So where's the outpost? Because we didn't really put any filtering on that. Well, not a lot. Minus 464,304. And that's the 0, so if we compare that to the plan and give us an idea of what we'd be looking at in terms of biomes potentially. So, well, depending on which way around it ends up going. Oh, actually, that's a very, very important point. I need to know which one separations are. Yeah, the temples that need to be separated. Eyeballing it. Well, it ain't going to be that one. It ain't going to be that one. So it must be these two. Minus 512, minus 480. 512 and 480. Yeah, right in the edge. Wait on. That's outside. Oh, no, it's inside because we're this way. Yeah. This is our quad here. That's cool. And the other one is what? 368, 336. Oh, it's minus 480. That makes more sense. And yeah, there's our 0, 0. Yeah, so you can see it's gotten it right up in that corner. So yeah, okay, so it's gone for that way. So that basically perfectly matches this. Okay, so if that was an igloo, and down here somewhere is going to be where your desert temple would be. Where's our outpost? Three six 368 336 368 336. Yeah, so that's going to be right in the desert. Oh no, that's the temple. Where's the outpost? Minus 304. Yeah, okay. Let me just input that. So that's minus 464. Minus 464. Am I looking at the right line? Yes. Minus 46430 Okay, so 464 304. Boom. Where's our 0? Here. Okay. So that's interesting. So we're cold here, hot here. Yeah, okay. So where's the ocean monument is the question. Minus about the 350 range. So yeah, what? Oh yeah, okay. Now this is where looking at things can make you realize that there's some criteria you probably need. See, it's kind of trying to go, well, we're going to go with like cold or hot over here, and then we're going to have a deep ocean here, and then we're going to somehow get out of deep ocean. And so where would the ancient city be then? Right, so it's pause. Yeah, so the ancient city be over here. Yeah, actually, yeah. So I sort of expected we'd end up with a cross thing like that, but because the exclusionary criteria on the ocean monument wasn't huge, yes, the question is that going to work? Guess there's only one way to find out. Yeah, can do. We just run it. Is this the best base seed? No idea. Should I find one that's different? Alright. Okay, so we're over halfway now. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stop this, and what I do in these cases is I know I haven't gone through all the base seeds, and we'll refine later, but knowing what you need in a base seed may change versus what you're getting out. Like we could find that actually the igloo desert temple thing isn't really an issue. It almost certainly will be, but who knows? I mean, I can't say for sure. So what I'll do is chuck that in there. So that's just saying that if I run that again, it's going to continue from that point. It puts it in a different file. That's fine. So now we'll run the other one. Why is it not coming up? Did I not save it? Yeah, that's fine. And so now let's just take that seed, whatever it was. Yeah. We'll just go, there you go. Let's go try find the biomes. Start with the top of the... Yep. Okay. Breakpoint there. You can see how I get all these breakpoints. Just never come back to things. That's fine, and that should be happy with that. That's cool. So that's kind of run it and just literally see what happens. So the criteria at the moment, I think we're only rejecting stuff that, yeah, this is what I thought might happen. Only rejecting stuff. So we're not even looking for any, well, we are looking for them, but the only thing that'll cause a failure is a village not being there and both of these not being there. So what I might actually do is just turn off that criteria. It's going to falsely report the village isn't there because we haven't even really checked it. And one of the things I will do now is move that check up. So we're only running at what? It's sort of 3,005. So you see the difference here versus before where we were pushing through like 800,000 a second. Now we're only at 3. And that's just because the biome noise initialization it's heavy. The noise generators take quite a bit of RNG to initialize, which is perfectly fine if it's the normal game scenario, because you only initialize it once every time you load a world, and it takes maybe a millisecond or whatever. Yeah, see that's bumped that up quite a bit. But we're also still not getting any results. Having said that, we also haven't gone through very many combinations yet. We're only talking 100,000. So, because I can see that this is criteria which is interesting, that's probably our primary limiter. What I will do, is that going to work? Do we know which ones are which is the question. So, yeah, I need to do a min-max between the temperatures of the different temple chunks. And that will tell me. Okay, that's fine. So, in order to do that, what we're going to do... So, normally when where's my sampler to show you? Normally what happens is... Biome tools, is it in there? Yeah. So this is where I've carved pieces out of the Mojang sampler, because their noise sampler initializes noise sources for a variety of things, like caves and whatnot. And these are the 6 that are required to do biomes. So we only need one of them to start with, and so what I'm going to do is just going to chuck this up here. So I'm just going to initialize a single noise generator and get a ballpark value for the different temples, and effectively we need our min-max to be a certain range apart. Or not a range apart. We need the minimum to be less than a certain number and the maximum to be over a certain number, so that we've got the temperature spread at the temple locations that we need. Right, so I need that. I think I need that, and the noise octaves. Okay. Boom. That'll do. And the noise octaves, so that bootstrap noise settings. Okay, so I'll just do it in here for now. Get noise, is it noise settings? Noise settings, yeah, I think it's noise settings. Oh no, noise octaves. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Right. Assign that to a new variable. And we don't want it doing it every time, so we'll just chuck it up there. Just add these so it knows that this isn't going to change. Okay, that's cool. So Now we need to actually do one of those initializations. I always just copy and paste this from somewhere else because I can never remember exactly how it goes. Which one would have one? That's low continentalness. What was the last thing I did? Oh yeah, the mangrove filter might. Yeah, it's different noise, but that's fine. The general gist of it's there. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so we need our seed 64. That's fine. Boom. Seed 64. We need the temperature hash, and we want the temperature parameters. Cool. So this is the temperature noise. And so what I'm going to do is, before we do the full initialization, because we can probably reject much quicker, we're going to go through the temporal chunks. Now, these noise generators do work off doubles, so that's fine. We'll just double max temp equals, we have to set this to negative infinity, just because these span both positive and negative numbers. Yeah, you sort of can't just set them to 0 because the negatives won't work. Yeah, positive infinity for the minimum. Yep, that's fine. Okay, so obviously we need to take our chunk pos and we'll go chunk pos. We'll get the world position, and I think we could do get block at, but I'm just going to get world position, and actually I won't even offset it there. I'll offset it in the check. Right, so now we can take our temperature noise. Now, normally there is an offset that occurs, so to avoid initializing the offset noise, I will just plug the value straight in, because the offset's only sort of plus minus 16 blocks, so it's not a massive amount, and I'll just leave a bit of wiggle room in the limits we're looking for, so I won't push them right to what we must have. Or I might, if it makes it faster. Yeah, we'll find out. Okay, so the temp noise, we need a value. Right, so we need a value from... Now, the noise generators take quart poses, so this is a quarter of a chunk, basically. So there's a thing to convert them from block. Yep. So bp.get x. Temperature is technically three-dimensional, so I probably shouldn't just set this to 0. So we'll go for about a y equals 64. So 64 divided by 4 is 16. So yeah, let's just set that to 16. And again, quart pos from block gets it. Wait on. Yep. Chuck that into a variable. So this is going to give us a temperature value. So pretty much all I'm going to do here is if the value is greater than max temp, then max temp is the value. So what it's going to do is it's going to give us go through all the tempos and give us the maximum temperature and the minimum temperature amongst all the tempos. So this is to work out whether or not we can have a desert temple and an igloo within the temples we've got, without having to initialize all the other noise generators, which are slowing things down. I mean, because you're talking at 5,000 seeds a second. I mean, that's going to take about a week to get through the 4.2 billion. So that's just not going to fly. Right. So now that we've got the min and max temp, we need to have a look at the temperature ranges. Okay, so the top temperature range goes to 0.55 to 1. The noise generators can push past that, but that's fine. So we'd want the max temp to be over 0.55 and the min temp to be under 0.45. So let's just chuck those and see how we go. So if the max temp is less than 0.55, I probably will give it some wiggle room, but for now we'll just do this. We're going to reject the seed immediately. And if the min temp is greater than negative 0.45, we're going to return false as well. And okay, so just a quick recap on why that is, why I'm choosing to do that. So these are the temperature ranges, and you can see there's 5 of them, 5 different ranges. And when we go down to our biomes, see each of these rows is basically one of those temperature ranges. And depending on the humidity, what do you get? So desert's nice and easy, as long as it's one of the middle biomes and the temperature is in that highest range, you're going to get a desert, basically. There's also a couple of other situations where things fail back to middle biomes, which is fine. For the igloo, yeah, it's basically minimum temp and yeah, the humidity needs to be in the sort of the lower bit, but that's not really going to be too much of an issue. Right, so let's see what happens when we run that. Yeah, so we were at 5,300-ish a second. Let's see what that bumps that up to. Yeah, that's much more like it. 150,000, 160,000. And we have results. Bingo, which is good. It means that the scenario can happen, which is pretty cool. I'm actually curious. What did we get? Well, we only got those 2 things. I think. Yeah. Oh no, that one had an extra. Given the speed this is running at, I'm almost tempted just to leave the criteria like that. Yeah, I mean, it's got the count. Yeah, we're getting results. I mean, we could luck this one out. Who knows? 2, 3. Oops. So one of the things that can be quite useful is looking at some of these and going, okay, well, why didn't the other structures generate? And because you might realize that there's something that you've done that's a bit weird. Now, I'm going to have to deselect all of these because I'm having to flick over to Java to get the 64-bit biomes, and these will just distract because they're not actually real. The spawn point's valid, though. Oh, we hit a river. Yeah. All right. So, okay, so desert, ice. So there you go. That's how those 2 managed to generate. Okay, well, what was left? Obviously, your ocean monument, because it was up there, if you remember correctly. Yeah. But then again, it could have been down there. So what are the ones that tend to be passing? The second to last and third to last is what we've got so far. Ancient City. Pillager Outpost. Okay. Oh yeah, and we don't know if a stronghold actually turned up because we disabled that check. Yeah, I'm gonna have to redo that. Okay, that's fine. I will do a quick check of the results so far just to make sure that we don't have any super lucky outliers. What do we got? Yeah, we're starting getting 2 and 3. Interesting enough, that third to last. Yes, the pillager outposts. Yeah, so that's why I wasn't as worried about them because that check's relatively easy to hit. Oh, is that 3 temples? Okay. Right. So let me just get the village type check. Sort of. Okay. So we don't want to return false. So if the village type, actually, what I'll do is I'll just do this. If village type doesn't equal null, then we found a village. So that's fine. Which means we found a stronghold. Village type equals, no, it's found village. Village found equals true. Right. Cool. And we may as well start it from where it left off because we know we didn't hit all of the other structures anyway, so not that it was running for a particularly long period of time. Right. Yeah, so it comes out into a new file. So, I mean, actually, this is almost a point where you could wrap up because from here, it's just going to be a case of looking at some of these things and just trying to work out, well, basically running it through and seeing if we get anything. So what will probably end up happening is I'll probably run this through because it's running at 166. Let's just do some quick math on how long that's going to take. So we've got 2 to the 32, and we'll divide that by what? Let's call that 167,000. So that'll tell us how many seconds we're talking about. So it's 25,700 seconds. Divide that by 60, that'll tell us how many minutes. 428 minutes. Divide that by 60, it'll tell us how many hours. 7 hours. So we're looking at 7 hours for full completion of that. But something may fall out earlier than that, obviously. So I'm not going to make you sit around and wait 7 hours. So I think this is probably enough for this session. So I may do some flicking backwards and forwards and a couple of little optimizations. So I think once we've actually sort of I've tuned it in, I'll do a recap of what I adjusted. Because this could take a while, and and then we can start going into the next phase, which is actually looking at the seeds. So yep, I guess that's it for this session, and I guess I'll continue later on. Alright, so this has been running for a while now, and it's fairly clear that there's a problem. So basically, I took the outputs, and one of the key things that I found is that this is the Ocean Monument one. And one of the key things I found is that the Ocean Monument, there's not a single one has come out of the Ocean Monument. So something's definitely not right. And I vaguely recall when we sort of looked at it, it was the Ocean Monument was sitting in a less than ideal place. Because I think it was basically in sort of a zone around here. And you're going, oh, we've got to get into, the continentalness would have to be running along the same sort of axis as the temperature. And it's just, it just isn't going to work. So what that tells me is that a better base seed is required. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stop that. I will, just in case we do end up restarting it, I will just note down the position. And what we're going to do is I'm just going to take that, and we're just going to assume we're going to use a different base seed, and so this will be different, and that'll be something else. So I'll just put something, the file name, saying what the seed is. We don't know what it's going to be yet. Just something so I know which base seed is which file. Right, so because we have to be a bit more picky, what I'm going to do is we have our file with the base seeds in it, and it's just a whole pile of output. But what we can do is take these seed numbers and rerun them and get it to create different output. So this isn't the whole list, I don't think. Actually, that's not even close to the whole list. Where is it? Where's the more up-to-date one? Here we go. Yeah, so I mean that got down to, minus sort of negative 1.7 billion. So it was almost sort of, it was a bit over halfway through the whole seed set. So we don't have stupid numbers here, which means that the filter's probably pretty good. So what I'm going to do is have it output some text along with each of these. That sort of gives us a little bit of a map, so that we have an idea of how this might look, and sort of so we can adjust the parameters. And so then we can just continually rerun these, and this will be really quick each time we do it, and allows us to make sort of fine-grained adjustments. So what I'll do is I will set up, so that's the biome one that we're going to be running it into after. Right, and this is the base. So what I'll do is I will just set up one that runs from a file for the base, and I'll just rename that rerun so that we don't overwrite the file, and I will take the file name and chuck it in there. Right, so basically, I mean, if I was to run this now, which I may as well, you sort of get an idea that, wait on, that just all popped out, and that was how quick it was to reprocess the outputs. So it completely redid that search, but only based on these seeds, and it takes a second or two. So that just means that we can make some adjustments to the data we're putting out so that we can choose a better base seed. So what I'll do is, and this is a bit janky, but that's fine. I think what I'll do is we'll just choose a char array, I think. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we'll just go char. Now we've got a plus minus 32 chunk, so 64 by 64. Actually, that's not the way that works, is it? It's all right. We'll just call it a map. And so, yeah, new char. Think like that is the way that syntax works. Yep. Cool. And so I guess I'll probably need a function to alter that, because otherwise it's going to get really messy. So I'll just go something internally void set chunk. What are we going to set it to? Right, so it'll need a chunk pause. So this function here is just purely to effectively set the letters in this grid so that we can output it as a string. So the position we're setting it, the char for the letter we're just going to use text basically. And of course we need the char map. Cool. Right, so all we're going to do here, actually, yeah, it's a little silly, but actually all we're going to do is go x plus 64, yeah, no, 32. We're just going to set the position in the array to the letter that we give it. This is just to tidy things up, because otherwise it gets a little messy. Yeah, and so we'll just, yep, that's the letter. Cool. That's all that does. And then we'll probably need one to output it to a string. Make map. That'll do. Map. Technically speaking, I shouldn't hard code these, but these sizes, but I will anyway. Why not? Equals 0. X is less than 64. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, pretty sure that's right. And then, okay, so we're taking different lines. Okay, so we actually need to do the Z's first. Okay, that's fine. We'll do the Z's. So this is just going to create a line of text for each, basically for each, God, what do they call it? For each Z coordinate. That wasn't very clear at all, was it? String builder. So I'm just going to use something to assemble the string, so it's an efficiency thing. Right. So, okay, so through there we're basically just appending the whatever the char is. So we'll just append map x z. Cool. And we need to add a new line for each time that we've finished a line. So there you go. That'll probably do it. Return SB to SB, yeah. Yep. Cool. So that'll allow us to convert the thing back. Okay. So now we just got to add things to this map. Actually, the other thing I will probably do. Because all of that will be empty characters, and we probably want to set them to something, be it a space, be it a so we'll just init map, that'll do, and char of whatever we're going to set everything to. So this is just to set it so that the bits that we don't set are actually still set to something, and that's fine. We'll just basically do this, and instead of outputting, we'll just basically say, yeah, there we go, equals letter, and we don't need the new line, and we're not returning anything, so we're good. Okay, so we're going to init that map. I'm not sure how this is visually going to look, so what I'll do is probably put a dot character in the bits that we're not setting. That's fine. Okay, so now we just got to output all the things that we would want to output. So pretty much all of that. So temple chunks, actually, yes, because I want the no, we'll be able to see the selected temples, surely. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I was just wondering whether or not the specific ones that were selected as the ones that were furthest apart should be noted differently, but we're visually about to see it. Yep, so what we're doing here is, what did I call that? Make map set chunk, right. Yep, so CP, so chunk piles. What are we going to use for temples? Call it a T. And that's the map. Boom. And quite frankly, that can be one line because it's short enough. Cool. So we can put in all of those. We can put in all of the outpost chunks. We'll put that as P for pillager, even though I've used O elsewhere, just because I got confused the last time I used O. In fact, I'll probably update it here too. Right, so we've got the outpost chunks, woodland mansion chunks, okay, W that. And we've got the ocean monument, so that's just a single selected ocean monument. And we'll use O for ocean monument. Yep, map. And the ancient city. Let's have a look. Select the ancient city. Right, so just output all of that. And A for ancient city, that'll do. Anything else? We need the village. V is for village. That's good enough for me. Right. Mansion chunks, that, temples, village. I think that's all of them. Surely outposts. We got the outposts? Yep. Okay, so now we've got all that. What I'm going to do is whenever we output a seed, underneath it, I'm going to chuck in append make map. Make map. Yeah, there we go. And that's just going to add a whole pile of stuff. So just to recap what the current file output looks like before we did this. Okay, so we've got coordinates, but it's really hard to sort of visualize where these are, what quadrants they're in, and when whatnot. So let's just see how this looks. Boom, takes a second. Better. Now, of course, characters aren't square, so this is going to be a bit stretched, but okay, so we can see temple there, temple there, temple there, so I'm assuming that that's the longer one. Looks it. So woodland mansion there, ancient city woodland mansion. Ooh, is the high continentalness compatible? See, now it's things like this where I go, okay, it puts those two things together. I wonder whether or not that's actually a good thing. So this is where sometimes I'll roll back to, okay, so we've got the dark forest, right? It's middle biomes. And so because the continentalness required for an ancient city is really high, we can basically go, well, we want to see where the plateau and middle biomes are. Actually, the plateau biomes would probably be okay. So we'll see where those are used. Generally most of them comes through a function. Yeah, that one. That's fine. So if I just find out what's using that. Right, so here's your slices. So biomes are sort of split up by valleys and peaks, and so your big mountains are in these sorts of ranges. And this is the weirdness span. So 0.666 is like right in the middle of 0.666 should be right in the middle of that. And it is where the highest peaks will tend to be. Of course, it's dependent on erosion and things like that as well. Right, so mid slices, high slices, low slices. So, okay, so at a peak slice, we can go, that's the middle biome. There's some other options where they could get picked in different circumstances, but the plateau as well could potentially work. So you can see here, well, that's near inland content, so that's not going to be enough for an ancient city. Now that goes to far inland, so that's kind of okay. So what that's telling me is there are slices where this will work. Yeah, so if we get the middle biome here, as long as we've got stuff that's in, yeah, as long as the middle biomes can go into the far inland, which it does appear they can. So yeah, that should be fine. All right, well, let's bring back. So I guess now it's a case of, well, how do we evaluate these things against each other to go, which one do we use? And here again, we've got the ocean monument with the temple. And that, of course, because you're going to need ocean around that. So that's going to be a hard ask for it to do. It's going to eliminate a whole pile of seeds. And again, we've sort of got that here as well. I mean, it's not as bad there, but... So, ideally, what we actually want is we want our ocean monument to be further away from 0, 0 than our temple, so that we can have ocean outside. And I mean, ideally, we want the ocean monument in the corner there. Let me just see whether or not that's even an option. Yes, it is. So, yeah, ideally, we'd want it right in that corner. So we can actually literally just scroll through some of these and find out if they are the case. That is the case. Yeah, the temples need to be, the distance to center of this temple, and the temple needs to be closer, because we don't want the ocean monument and the furthest temples in the same thing. In fact, we could even just make that a criteria, because we know that these ones are going to be wide. So, okay, let's do that. Yeah, so that this will be that temple 1, temple 2. So effectively, we don't want them in the same grids. Okay, how do we test that? How do we test that? Okay, so we're picking up where's our ocean monument? Right. So I think what we'll do is we want to say, how we do this? We basically got to calculate the grid. Okay, let's just do that. That's fine. We've done that before. Right, so... Oh, well, okay, we have the grid of this because it's the grid we asked for it in. So that's fine. So now we just need to compare that to temple 1 and... Yeah, okay. So... how do we do that? Okay, that's fine. Let's just start typing stuff and we'll work it out. Temple 1x... Oh, yeah. Let me just find that thing we did the grid for. Yeah, that'll do. So it's this sort of thing. Actually, what I might do is just pre-calc these, because we'll just call it T1, yeah, grid X. Okay, so temple 1, grid X, temple 2, grid X. So, yeah, temple 1x, temple 1x. Yeah, okay, we'll do it like that. That's fine. So this is the same as that thing earlier, where effectively if it's 0, we let it be 0, so it's positive. But otherwise, we just divide it by the absolute value of itself. So it's going to turn it into either 0 or a -1. for each of these. So we'll do that with both temples. I mean, this is a little bit messy, but you know, it's not that bad. I mean, this code's basically, all seed searches are pretty much experimental code because you're just messing with things. Just yeah, there's a lot of playing around, and I guess once you get things to a point where you're doing the same things again and again, you go, right, well, it's time to put that into a function and something, and so that you can call it consistently all the time. Right. Now, where's our ocean monuments? There they are. Oh, wait on, no, we've already found them. There they are. Right. So what I'll do is because we've got our TGX and TGZ. So our failure conditions, the ones that we want to avoid, are T1GX equals X, because that's our grid. So if X and Z are equal, so that means it's the same grid as one of our two selected furthest apart ones. T1 GZ, yep. So check the X and the Z. Are they the same as one of our two selected temples? If they are, we do not want this ocean monument. Cool. And the same with the second temple. So that'll get rid of those. Now, the other consideration is the temple coordinate, like, is the distance closer? So, because if the ocean monument's closer to 0, 0 than the temple, that means that we're not getting the ocean in from the outside, which means that we have to have a lake, which is a much rarer condition. So we're already going through the temple chunks here. But we don't know if they are. So we're going to have to work out the grids for these. Okay, that's fine. So, okay, so if the distance is small, it's too close anyway, that's fine. But what we'll also do, we'll calculate effectively the grids for the temple chunk. Yeah, that'll work. We have to rename the variables, but that'll work. As long as we don't tab in the wrong place. So this is just, yeah, it's a generic temple. It's not one of the specific ones. Right, so if TGX equals X and TGZ equals Z, so is this the temple that's in the same grid that our ocean monument is? And if that's the case, we want to check the distances. So effectively we want so basically this is just going to be the distance between the origin, so 0, 0, and the temple chunk. Should I use the center? No, it doesn't matter, because it's just, is it closer? It should be fine. Yep, so distance of the temple, nope, that's not what I was after. Where was I? Distance of the temple chunk. Yeah, temple chunk, world position, and Ocean monument, so CP in this case because it's up here. Get world position. So, oh no, actually, that's not what I want. We want 0, 0. So block pos 0. So that gets the distance of the temple to the origin, and so now we add. Well, now we find out also the distance for the monument. And yes, I do realize I will be recalculating this when I don't need to. It's just tidy here, and it's not going to really matter. And yeah, so that's the CP one there. Cool. And so I'm going to just use the too close flag. I don't see much point renaming it. So basically we're just going to say if the monument is closer to 0, 0 in the same grid, so if the distance to 0, 0 on the monument is less than the temple, we've got a problem. And so we'll just say if that's the case, we're just going to say it's too close. Cool. Right. So now we can run that again. And we'll get a different file. That's the old one. Right. So here it is. Okay, so now that's interesting. Where are distant temples? Must be that one and that one. Yep, okay, so it has selected different quadrants like it's supposed to. This temple is closer, so effectively we can have all this area being deep ocean, and it transitions into land around here. We've got temple there, we've got temple there. This one will be the other temple, so one of them will be the witch hut, one of them will be the jungle temple. Woodland Mansion, and oh, that's the outpost, right? Yeah, okay. So we may need to put something in there about them being a bit too close together. Yeah, that could be problematic because the biome check alone on that almost covers that. In fact, I think it does. So that'll never appear. Okay, that's fine. So let's have a look at our other ones. Village, temple. Okay, outpost. Woodland Mansion's still a bit close, but I mean, you can actually collide these things anyway, so it's not an impossible thing. It's just we're looking at probabilities here. Ancient city in the corner, fine. Which ones are distant? Yeah, okay, so the distances are there. So I guess one of the metrics that we probably have in output that might be important is the distance between these two. So that might help us decide one base seed over a different one. So let me just chuck that metric in there. Where do we want to put it? Let's chuck it. Let's just chuck it right after the village, even though it's going to be confusing. Well, it won't be that bad. Actually, it won't be that bad, especially if we do it as a double. I was just a little worried that because the numbers may be fairly similar to the chunk coordinates, so yeah, just could get a little confusing as to what I'm looking at. That's fine. So we need the distance, utils distance, and we want the distance between temple 1, get world position, and temple 2. Okay. So let's just see how well that works. In fact, what I may even do is just skip outputting the map for a second so that I can get this into a spreadsheet and just see what the range of those values is. Right. So close that, reopen it. Okay, so now we're back to the one line per. And okay, so one line per. What are we talking about? Yeah, so the values need to be large. That's right. So what I'll do is I'll just chuck that into another sheet. Yeah, okay, so we'll just make a new sheet. Paste it in. Ah, lovely. Fix that. Right, so now we just want to sort the entire thing by E. And the biggest values first, ideally. Cool. So, yeah, the range of values goes from 1153 to 1222. That's interesting. There's not really a lot. I mean, yeah, so you could tighten some of these up. I will probably output it, but the range is pretty tight anyway, so I mean, what's the difference there? That's 1153. I mean, it's less than 100 blocks. Mind you, we're only talking a plus minus 500, so that's fine. We'll put the map back in. Where did I put that? There we go. So if I chuck the map back in, we should be able to get a better idea of what is going on. Right. Okay, so first one, okay, so we have identified that issue. Again, that's not too bad. This is where some of these things are quite useful. So what if we searched for one of the ones that had one of the higher values? So, I mean, let's just search for 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. 3 twos. Yeah, okay. So here's one of the... So how extreme does that get? There to there. Ah, okay, so your ocean monument's in your... Okay, yeah, we need to exclude the ocean monument from being in the same things. The village. Okay. Good to know. Alright, well, let's do that then. So it's just this sort of little fine-tuning that can be required, and it sort of just helps get a good base seed, because the one I picked earlier was it wasn't great. So what are we looking at? We're looking at when we're bringing the ocean monuments into the mix. So that's getting the monument chunk. Okay, so other condition. It's going through temple chunks. Okay, so if oh, right, we actually need the village grid too. Oh, okay, we'll do that. That's fine. Where did we do the others? There. Okay. We'll just call it VGX. VGZ. That'll do. And it's the village chunk. Right. Sorted. VGX, VGZ, and we'll just mash them with those other checks when I find them again. There they are. Oh, there they are. Cool. So we're just checking here to make sure that it's not on the same grid as the village, because that's bad. Yeah, that should be fine. Actually, realistically, that means that there's probably only one grid it's allowed to be in. Okay, let's try that again. Alright. So here's the updated file. Sorry, 1, 2, 2, 2. Interesting. We didn't get any. Alright. What was the next value down? 1211. Actually, let's just nope, no 1211s. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just search for tab 119. Okay, yep. So we got one of those. Tab 12. Oh, we did get a 1200 something. See? Yep, and the text edit crashes. That's fine. I actually need to get a decent one, but I haven't bothered to do the research. Right. Cool. So we've got two of those. So that's fine now that we know we've got two of them. Okay, that's fine. So we'll clear this out because I know it causes that crash. It's to do with that tab. Right, so let's have a look at this one. So you got ocean there, temple there. You've got your village and temple here, which is fine, because that's the distant one. So that would have to be, yeah, so it's either going to be, this is all cold, but I doubt you get that much frozen in there. So that actually might end up being a tiger, if this is the cold side. Yeah, and that might be the hot side. But you got your woodland mansion. Yeah, and we sort of discussed earlier that having that a little closer to the middle is probably better. But having said that, I don't know if it is, because we're going temperature this way, so it should be okay. Okay, so that's a reasonable distance. Would be nice if it was a little bit further in, but okay, well, let's have a look at the other 1200 one. Yeah, let's hope we don't crash it again. Tab 12. Right, so that's ooh. Yeah, see that this probably isn't going to work very well because it's too close to. See, these are the split ones. So one of those is going to be very hot, and the other one's going to be very cold. And the woodland mansion biome sit in the middle, so that's not a good option at all. It's not so bad if it goes across the continental shift, but yeah, so the previous one was definitely better. Okay, so that's an interesting point. So ideally, we want good distance between our selected temples and the woodland mansion. So, do we put that as criteria or not? Probably not. Okay, temple, outpost. So the other thing that would be interesting about this one, because of course you got your hot and your cold, so you got your desert and your igloo. Pillager outposts near those would actually be fine because they're both sort of biomes that villagers can go in. Whereas a pillager outpost here, that temple either has to be jungle or swamp, and so that's probably not going to pan out very well. Okay, so how do we find a better seed? So let's run a metric, because it's the woodland mansion location that's a bit of a pain at the moment. So if I chuck a metric in there for, let's call it distance to center, because I mean, if it's closest to the center, it doesn't really matter which grid it's on. Although it'll only be on the pos. if it's close to the center. How many of these do we have? Not that many. Yeah, we don't want it near the... Okay, so we've got to get... So we don't want the woodland mansion in the same... Well, we don't mind it being in the same grid, just we want it to be more in the middle if it is. Yeah, the bit I'm struggling with here is how do I automatically filter this down a little bit further. See, the village near the pillager outpost is good because it makes that easy. I would say... Okay, so... if we take something with the one... Well, let's have a look at 119s. Let's just do it that way, because if we see something good, I mean, there's not a lot of difference. Okay, so we've only got 119. So again, pillager outpost too close to the woodland mansion. 8. We've got 3 118s. So village, temple. Okay, so that village is going to have to be icy or desert. Once again, too close. So yeah, I need to put some sort of a... I mean, if they're... Yeah, they're just too close. Should I just reject the chunk? Like the grid? No, I'll distance it. That's fine. I'll distance it. Okay. So we need to check the woodland mansion, and we want to know its distance, the minimum distance between the two select ones, because they're going to be the extremes of the temperature range. So where's our woodland mansions? Here they are. That's fine. Yeah, well, we're already doing something to the... And so for the ocean monument, so it's basically the same thing except for temple 1, and we'll give it a figure. So we're talking blocks here, aren't we? So let's call it 200. If it's closer than 200 blocks, that's getting a bit close, and we'll see how that comes out. We may extend that. That's fine. So we'll get those to skip. Yep. Okay. Reopen it. Clear that first, otherwise it's going to crash again. Right. Is that any better? Okay. Yes, the pillager outpost. Yeah, the interesting one with the pillager outpost is that if there was multiple, it wouldn't necessarily matter, because you only need one of them. What am I doing? So, once again, pillager outpost. That's probably far enough that it's not going to matter. Ideally, we'd like it closer to the village, though. Yeah, that's still too close. Yeah, it needs to be further than that. Okay, that's fine. So I need to increase that value. So let's find our woodland mansion chunks again. There we go. That's 4 my 350. Let's just see how that looks. Right. So that's fine, but in terms of your big spread ones, that's good. So the spreads across there, that's good. Spreads across there, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, these distances, that one's actually pretty good. That could do a little bit more. Like, that's much better. Actually, yeah, and ooh. That's right. What was the thing I didn't like about this one? Yeah, that's pretty good. Might just, I might just take a quick note of that, because that might end up being what we roll with. Yeah, because jungle, yeah, no, jungle temperature-wise, but I suppose if that was the hot side, maybe, yeah. Maybe. I mean, it's not. Having said that, you could swamp that. But your outpost's not going to survive that. Yeah, once again, too close to the. I mean, if it was on one of those, the far apart ones, because of course one's going to. I've said it before. It's biomes just are going to be better. Now this is interesting. So we've got a decent spread there. Well, decent enough anyway. Woodland Mansion Village. So the village means the pillager outpost is going to be okay. That's... yeah, it's going to have to be jungle. Don't know. Maybe we'll think about that one. What else? What have we got? So village there. That's cool. That spreads about minimum though. Would like that to be higher, but once again, that's not too bad. Temple. Yeah, that's a bit close. That's a bit close. It's, yeah, maybe. Ideally would be further up. You see, that's pretty good. Temple there, village there. That could be fine. Transition from jungle to dark forest. Yeah, that's also potentially a viable one. What have we got? Yeah, don't like how close that is. Yeah, can we get that in the corner some more? Let's just skim through and see if we can pick up ones that have got a bit more. See, this I like, because you get all three of those pretty easily. Jungle to Woodland Mansion. Yeah, I mean, I've done it before, but... Sorry, which one were we even looking at? Add 3 in the corner, didn't it? Yeah, that one. I've done it before. I mean, because we're talking chunks here, so yeah, that should be okay, I think. Did I note that one? No, I didn't. Grab that. Temple Village. I mean, that's good. Yeah, maybe. It's a bit close, I think. Okay. Yeah, mind you could ocean in the side. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, that's not going to fly. Now, they're spread out enough to actually potentially be relatively independent. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. I may end up having to fast forward through some of this analysis. It's because I mean at the moment there's already 3 hours worth of footage, so it's how I consolidate that into a decent summary, and then if anyone wants to sit through the entire experience, yeah, that's a bit close. Don't like that. That could be better. That's not too bad. Actually, yeah, that could work. It's also got a good separation on it. I thought we only had two that had a separation that high. It's not too bad. It's kind of okay, but not really. Yeah, that's a no. And that's the last one on the list. So I think. Okay, well, let's recap the ones that I've noted and let's see what they look like together. Well, maybe not together, but where is it? Actually, I literally could do them together. Oh, no, I can't. Okay, so that is good separation. The outpost there, continentalness isn't going to really matter for that. Yeah, you got the village there and the temple there, so because the thought of having that as a tiger and that is an igloo hot over there. Yeah, maybe. I'm liking that one so far. Let's see what the others had in terms of separation, because that separation is one. Okay, so that's a bit lower. That's only. The other one was like 1,210. Yeah, that one's even worse. We may have a winner for now. It's not too bad, but still, I don't like it as much as the other one. Yeah, that village transition's probably a bit tight. Okay, so back to my current favourite, which is this one. Yeah, see, that's got a good, decent separation. You've got large distances there. You've got a decent space there. That could go tiger. These being warm, so that's likely to go jungle, and that can go swamp. Yeah, and then you got your outpost, so it just need a transition to a village type biome for that to kick in. And I think, yeah, so this is looking pretty good. So what we'll do is I'll grab that, and now that we've done that, we'll breakpoint this one, actually give it the base seed, and we're going to let it rip and see what we get. So for reference, the most we got out of the previous search was 5. Yeah, the earlier one. Yeah, because this is actually I really should put the titles in. Otherwise, it's quite confusing what you're looking at. Where's the outputs? There we are. Cool. So titles are. Yeah, I'll probably fast forward this bit. Yeah. Okay, so that's pretty much all that did. Right, so we'll just make a new sheet and we'll just paste those in. That's cool. So let's have a look and see what we've got so far. It won't be a lot, but it'll be something. Not that sheet. Yeah, so this one. Let's paste it in and see how we go. Cool. So, yeah, already we're getting 4s here. I mean, this is pretty good. Yeah. No woodland mansions yet, but it's early days. But we're getting some ocean monuments. Which I don't know if we did on the other one, did we? Yeah, not a single one. Yeah, so... yeah, the previous base was completely flawed. Yeah, we didn't get a single ocean monument. That's cool. So I'll leave that to run. We're running at a reasonable pace, so it's going to be a few hours, and I'll check what the results are. And so yeah, it's time for me to take a break. All right, so the results came back, and not everything quite went to plan. So we got some structures. We got quite a few structures, but we did not get all of the structures. And that's okay. That's all right. This is how these things pan out sometimes. There's been quite a few seed searches that just I found were basically impossible. Like spawning on a mushroom biome in 1.18. Yeah, that's it. That's a good example of one that just, yeah, the math just doesn't work out. Anyway, so what I thought I'd do is I'd roll you through what we did find, which was pretty, it's not to be sniffed at. So yeah, that'll do. Okay, so what did we end up with? We ended up with a village, and because of the village, we got the stronghold, we got the desert temple and the igloo. So that whole temperature differential thing, that sort of sorted itself out. Well, we specifically targeted it, so they're always. I'll put always in air quotes. They're almost always there. Woodland Mansion, Ruined Portal, Ocean Monument. We've got Ruins, Geode, Mine Shaft, Shipwreck, Buried Treasure. There's plenty of stuff in the sea. Do I think it's particularly special? Yeah, it's not one I'd start a world in, but it's not what we were looking for. Right, so where are some of these things? Okay, so one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm just going to teleport to 0200 0. And the reason for that is there's an interesting little thing where the /locate command, basically it's sort of grid-based. Those same grids that I was referring to earlier with the green and red. So if I go /locate temple now. Right. So we get the minus. Yeah, we get the minus pos 1, which is the. Looking at the list, where is it? It must be the desert temple. Yeah. Wait on. Minus pos. We have one minus pos. Okay, I'm confused. One more. That did actually say minus pause. Oh yeah, no, that's the igloo. That's fine. Okay, that's the igloo. Sorry, I for some reason just was looking at the wrong piece of the screen. Okay, so if we go to the pos minus, which would be the opposite, right, and we get a completely different set of coordinates, and just so that you can see that. Right, and I only moved a block. Or two. And so, yeah, so wherever you are standing when you, or flying, where you do the locate temple, yeah, it's very quadrant based, so in case you weren't already aware of that. You don't trust the /locate command. You could be standing right next to the structure and it'll tell you one from ages away. Yeah, it's not the closest. Okay, so, well, let's have a look at some of these things we've got. Okay, so, I don't know, how's the best way to do this one? Well, I suppose we can go from, I mean, let's just start with one of them. Uh, what are we? It was around this somewhere, wasn't it? Something like that, anyway. There it is. I don't mind the shaky mouse. It's just the hero sensor not liking my mouse pad. Right, so there you go. So we got the desert temple. Bit of Badlands. Not that we were looking for that, but the loot in the temple's not great. I mean, I've already had a quick squiz through the seed to see what was there and what wasn't. So there's one. So that's cool. We've got the, what is it? Minus 480. At the opposite end of the spectrum, and let's actually type the minus sign properly, because, you know, that would kind of help. We have the igloo. No basement, sadly. To be honest, I probably could have actually added that to the filtering criteria, but I didn't think of it at the time. Right, so we've got the igloo. There should be a village near here. Where is it? Oh, there it is. There's your village. Oh, wait on. Here's a perfect time to use that. We'll take game mode 6. This is great. Haha, stronghold. Game mode 6 is going to be great. Look at it. It's brilliant. Anyway, sorry, distracted by game mode 6. Yeah, so there's your portal room. 2 eyes, you know, nothing particularly special. Yeah, I'm not sure what's in the chests. I haven't really looked at them. It doesn't matter. Anyway, you've got a stronghold. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4 structures so far. Okay, well, let's have a look. What else we got? If you actually write TP. Right. Oh, that's right, I'm on spectator. I was going, why am I not dropping? Yep, that'll do. So yeah, the Woodland Mansion. Not bad at all. I think there's an anvil in there somewhere, but I mean, it's not. It's a pretty decent sized roof, but like 3rd story. But yeah, aside from that, hey, it's a Woodland Mansion. So that's what, 5. There is a room portal around here somewhere, but I haven't got the coordinates down. Let's have a look at the Ocean Monument. I'm sure we'll find the room portal at some point. So what? That was right out the corner. Sorry. Another thing I haven't mentioned is that this is a different base seed. Because the results from the other one were a bit rubbish. So I threw another one through. I just looked through and just picked one. And this one was a bit better. And wait on. I've mistyped that, haven't I? Or have I? Oh, there it is. How did I miss that? Okay. So there's your Ocean Monument. Cool. No worries. I believe there's a geode around here somewhere. Oh, if we can actually see through the water. Without... Seriously? It's actually easier to see outside the water. Sure there's a geode around here somewhere. Is that the other side? Anyway. You've already been looking at this for 4 hours, so what's a bit more wasting time? Actually, that's another reason why I didn't go into too much more detail, because I... Oh, alright. It looks like it's just floating in the middle of nowhere. Alright, so there is a geode somewhere. It says near ocean monument. Does night vision help? Hold on. Oh yeah. This is raw seed checking. This is what this is. Well, it's not quite raw seed checking. I've already seen the seed.
Where is it?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
So we got a geode. I do love it how it's placed the air blocks. So that's actually
In the shape of
the geode the air blocks are in. Until you trigger a block update, of course. And everything just starts going mental. Right. Jeez, we're already 10 minutes in. What else we got? We've got some ruins. We have some ruins. Not that anyone really cares about ruins, but it's a structure. I'll take it. Where is it? 248. Apparently. Here's one of the reasons that I did scout the stuff first, because otherwise you'd be sitting here for half an hour. Cool. Ocean ruins. That's a structure. Crappy ocean ruins, though. Just the one. Alright, fine. We have apparently a mine shaft. I say apparently, I've already checked this, so... which of course is in the middle of the ocean. Why wouldn't it? And it's probably quite deep. That looked like a mine shaft. There we go. We have a mine shaft. So again, another structure within the plus minus 500 blocks. Not that that one was really that hard. Right, now that we're out. We have a shipwreck. It's even the one with the treasure chest, I think. Yeah. I'm not sure if this is going to be on all platforms, but... yeah, you got some stuff. Not that you really care. But that's fine. And of course, we have some buried treasure, which, I mean, this isn't uncommon, but, you know, it's another structure. Sadly, we didn't actually get any ancient cities, which we sort of did on some of the other seeds, but they had less other stuff. It just, yeah. That can't be right. No, that's not right. One of those has to be negative. I've written down the coordinates wrong. Let's see if it's that one. Yep, probably. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, nothing special.
It's buried treasure. There's probably multiple of them around, but you know, yeah, we'll chalk it up. Right, now. Oh yeah, there's our village. Okay, so there is a ruin portal around here somewhere. I'm just struggling to think. Actually, I think there was one in the snowy area somewhere. Lava lake, that's a feature, so it doesn't count. That's that there. I'm pretty sure there's one somewhere. Actually, I'm certain there is one somewhere because I've written it down, but I haven't put the coordinates in. Yeah, I wonder what's down there. Yeah, this is my tangent seed finding. Nah, that's alright, it's just a cave. Could have used mode 6. Yeah, anyway, there's a ruin portal around here somewhere. But, I mean, I suppose the fly around's not bad, just to give you a general idea of what we ended up with. Bit of chasm there. floaty islands. That's the technical term, by the way. Floaty. Oh, outpost. You know what's funny? I didn't even write that one down. Yeah. So, villager outpost. So that's yet another structure. I don't know what the count's up to now. So, I mean, there were seeds that had the 4 temples, but they were missing so much out. Like, I don't think we got any with 4 temples and the woodland mansion, because I mean that combo would have been pretty cool. Oh yeah, that's some great, great chunklet in there. God, gotta love it. Yeah. There is a ruin portal. Actually, what the hell? Why don't I just do this? Such an idiot sometimes. Okay, it's not in this quadrant then. Let's get back to 0, 0 and find out which one it's in. Alright. So it's not in the 0, 0 quadrant. Oh. Okay. Just on a different grid. Oh, right, yeah, the ruin portal grids. Wait, I thought that was 40 blocks. Oh, might be 32. Yeah. Okay, maybe I was outside the grid. That's fine. What did that say again? 168, 264. I hate how it just gets rid of the stuff that I was like, I know I want to go there. It's not like Java where you can click on it. 168, 264, I think I said. And mistyped it, but that's alright, it's 10 blocks. Here you go. Cool. So, ruin portal. And that's another structure, and so that's pretty much the entire seed. There's probably other stuff in here. I mean, actually, technically speaking, we could just, game mode 6 it until we find a dungeon, which we couldn't do before. Here, dungeon. Could be one around here somewhere. But I'm old, so my eyes don't work so well. Oh, that looks like something. Here we go. We're still within our... Oh. No, I don't care about the sticky keys. Yes, I pressed shift a few times. Actually, that's the other funny thing. Because the... I'm going to say brag doll, paper doll, I think is what they call it. Disappears, the position hits up the top. So, but we're still within our 500, I think. I can't really read that properly. But yeah, we got a dungeon. Can't interact with the chest, but that's alright. I don't think it's particularly special. Yeah. Yeah, so, hey, here's the seed. Yeah, what do I say after this? Yeah, obviously this was a really long, big, boring, and I'd be surprised if you were still awake video. If there's any particular topics you want a sort of a more focused, in-depth type video on, I mean, I'm gonna have to work out how I do this if I end up doing it. I may have to make another channel for the sciencey type stuff, because this one already is going to be, I'm going to have to plaster warnings right in front of it, just like this is not a video you're looking for. Go have a look at the seed list. Yeah, that's just kind of what happens. You end up with a pile of dislikes because you're like, you were looking for seeds. Yeah, I know this isn't the video you're looking for, but you didn't have to dislike it. Not that it probably matters, but get the service, because this is probably not very entertaining video right now. But I'm trying to be entertaining. Oh, it's also night time, which could explain a couple of things. Yes, what's the D word? Day. Got it. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to wrap it up there because we're already at, well, my screen recording's at 19 minutes and 12 seconds. So yeah, I don't think we need to make this video any longer. It's yeah, it's one of the reasons I didn't get any more depth into anything because yeah, no one wants to watch a 5-hour video, and that's going to be getting close to that. So yeah, hey, if you stuck around, thanks for watching. If you skip to the end just to see the seed, nice to see you. But yeah, I think this is probably, yeah, this is probably where we leave this particular seed search. So I don't know. Goodbye, I guess.